Chapter 1250. The Beginning. The Beginning. Wake up. The Beginning. The eyes of He Qingjian, who had always been mature and dignified, instantly turned red. Watching his son fall to the ground, unconscious, was the nightmare of every father who loved his child dearly. He looked at him as if he had seen his mother fall to the ground like this that year. If he had gone home earlier, if he had called her earlier, perhaps everything would have been different. He Qingjian's life experiences could almost be compiled into a history textbook. He had gone through countless storms and waves. He was tough and tenacious. His hands were iron-blooded and ruthless. He was also a schemer who would plan before taking action. He had never made a move. Once he made a move, he would definitely kill his opponent. Over the years, everyone who knew him had a consensus. If you weren't prepared to die with him, don't stand on the opposite side of old He. But at this moment, he watched his son fall to the ground, completely powerless. He had been powerful for so many years, but he couldn't save his wife or his son. It was like a joke. He Qingjian's jaw tightened. He finally picked up the other phone, found Gu Nianji's number, and called her. At that moment, Gu Nianji and Hu Shaoheng were attending the dinner party that President Pushkin had specially prepared for them. In the hall of the Kremlin, the crystal chandelier was crystal clear and emitted a soft light. The men and women were all dressed in decent evening gowns. They held wine glasses and stood in the hall in twos and threes to talk. In the corner of the hall, there was a band playing moving instruments, and a jazz singer was singing in a low voice. Gu Nianji didn't have the chance to drink. Hu Shaoheng gave her a glass of grape juice and pretended it was red wine to brush off those who came to toast. After a while, Vladimir walked over and said to Hu Shaoheng, "Major General Hu, our president has invited you over for a chat." Hu Shaoheng glanced at Gu Nianji. "Stay here. Don't wander around." "I know. Go ahead." Gu Nianji nodded with a smile and raised the grape juice at him. Hu Shaoheng curled his lips. "Good girl." He patted her head and turned to leave. Vladimir clicked his tongue and asked, "What are you talking about?" Gu Nianji and Hu Shaoheng were speaking in Mandarin. Gu Nianji swirled the grape juice in her hand and giggled. "He told me to be obedient and not do anything bad." "You will do bad things." Vladimir sneered, then looked around and said in a low voice, "Little Demi wants to talk to you. Can you come with me to the side hall over there?" After saying that, he promised, "It's not a shady place, it's just the side hall with the curtain over there. Little Demi and his mother can't attend such an occasion." Gu Nianji instantly sympathized with little Demi, but Hu Shaoheng had told her not to wander around here. While she was hesitating, from the corner of her eye, she saw a corner of the curtain in the small side hall being lifted, revealing little Demi's pink face. She smiled at her attentively and waved desperately. She was just too adorable. Gu Nianji thought that they were in the hall anyway. If they wanted to harm her, they could have done it at any other time. Why did they have to pick this time? She couldn't be too paranoid. So she nodded and said, "Vladimir, I believe you." She then followed him to the side hall. Vladimir was halfway there when he suddenly turned around and said expressionlessly, "Serious, I'm not that trustworthy. Don't trust others too easily." "Gu Nianji, but now you can trust me. I'm not lying to you." Vladimir winked again and laughed out loud. He quickly returned to his previous self. Gu Nianji suddenly missed the middle-aged driver who gave Vladimir a headache. She smiled and said, "Then I'll verify everything you say with the middle-aged driver in the future. I'll probably know if I can trust you or not." "Vladimir. You win." That subordinate of his was simply his nemesis. He had already kicked him to another department several times, but after going around in circles, he ended up returning to his department. After that, Vladimir had resigned himself to his fate. Apart from the fact that the middle-aged driver liked to talk nonsense and was prone to acting, he didn't have any other problems. It was better than those who looked extremely obedient but suddenly stabbed you in the back. Gu Nianji thought about it and immediately took out her phone. She opened WeChat and wanted to add the middle-aged driver and Vladimir to a small group. In the end, she found that there was no internet signal at all, not even a cell phone signal. Gu Nianji frowned and walked around Vladimir with her phone in her hand to find a signal. She was very puzzled. Her phone used the Nandu satellite communication system developed by the Huaxia Empire itself. How could she not receive a signal? Vladimir was speechless and said unhappily, "Don't bother. All signals are blocked here. If you want to make a call, you can only use the landline. Not to mention the internet." Gu Nianji pursed her lips and put her phone back into her pocket resentfully. "Do you guys have to be so careful? Isn't it better to install Wi-Fi so that you guys know who's online? This is the rule. If there's Wi-Fi at the dinner party, everyone will look down at their phones. Who will chat?" Vladimir seemed to understand, but he moved his fingers and confessed to Gu Nianji, "Actually, I want to go online too." Gu Nianji, she followed Vladimir to the side hall and lifted the curtain to go in. Sure enough, she saw little Demi and his mother inside. His mother was wearing a burgundy fishtail dress. Her figure was exaggerated and as alluring as a ripe peach. Gu Nianji was a woman, and her figure was also very impressive. However, she couldn't help glancing at little Demi's mother a few more times. Little Demi's mother enjoyed Gu Nianji's secretly envious gaze. She smiled and said in broken English, "Your name is Sirius, right? I haven't thanked you yet." Gu Nianji quickly said, "It was nothing." "You're welcome." "It wasn't anything," little Demi's mother said seriously. "You risked your life to save my little Demi. Do you know who those two people were? They could have killed you in minutes." Gu Nianji really didn't know the true identities of those two people when she saved them. She thought they were human traffickers, however, she didn't want to explain anymore. She smiled and said, "As long as little Demi is fine." When little Demi heard his name, he looked up at her with a smile and tugged at the corner of her dress. "Gu Nianji," she bent down and said in very slow English, "Little Demi, do you have something to say?" Little Demi mumbled a string of words in Russian, then ran behind the sofa and carried out a little puppy. He held it in his hands and brought it to Gu Nianji. Vladimir translated for him. Little Demi said thank you for saving him. He wants to give this little corgi to you. He added, "This is his big corgi's baby. It's only a week old." Gu Nianji's eyes were glued to the puppy without Vladimir translating. "Ci. The famous corgi." Just looking at its 5-centimeter long short legs was enough to melt people's hearts. It had a big head, a chubby little body, a black and white panda color, and 4 short legs. It looked like it could cosplay as a panda cub with dark circles under its eyes. Gu Nianji took it lovingly and said repeatedly, "Thank you. Thank you, little Demi. I like it very much." She hugged the corgi puppy in her arms and rubbed her face against its soft fur. Her love for it was obvious. Little Demi smiled when he saw how much Gu Nianji liked his gift. He tugged at the corner of Gu Nianji's dress and mumbled a string of Russian to her. Vladimir translated them one by one. So he was telling Gu Nianji how to raise a corgi. Gu Nianji listened very carefully and asked a few questions from time to time. The two of them talked with great interest, and little Demi became happier and happier. In the end, he even hugged Gu Nianji before being taken away by his mother. They couldn't stay here for long. As she watched the mother and son disappear, Gu Nianji suddenly asked Vladimir, "Don't tell me tonight's dinner is to give little Demi a chance to give me a corgi?" Vladimir raised his eyebrows. "Serious, you're too smart. If you continue to be smart, I think I'll be reluctant to let you leave us." "Hee hee," Sure. As long as you give me red packets every day, I'll stay here and not leave. Gu Nianji's mind raced, and she pretended to want to stay. Vladimir was actually just joking. Seeing that Gu Nianji was handling it so easily, he smiled and didn't continue asking. At that moment, his walkie-talkie rang. Someone called him over to deal with an emergency. He was worried about Gu Nianji, so he called the driver in to accompany her. Gu Nianji, after Vladimir left, Gu Nianji asked the driver with a headache. Where were you just now? I wanted to talk to you, but I couldn't find you. The middle-aged driver held the vodka in his hand and the bread with caviar in his hand. He said happily, I'm on duty outside. Did you miss me? My serious? Yes, I missed you. I missed your red packet. Gu Nianji said with a smile as she stroked the little corgi in her arms. The driver made a face. Talking about red packets hurts our relationship. Let's talk about our relationship. Talking about red packets hurts our relationship. I won't fall for your trick. Gu Nianji giggled and continued to joke with the driver. The two of them chatted and sat down in the side hall. The driver looked at the puppy in her arms and sized it up for a while. He said, it's a famous breed dog. Take good care of it. Gu Nianji didn't know much about dog breeds, but the little corgi was so cute. Whether it was a famous breed or not, she had to take good care of it. The puppy in her arms was quiet for a while before it began to bark softly. The furry paws on its short legs scratched Gu Nianji's palm a few times, then it looked up at her and barked softly again. What's wrong? Gu Nianji tilted her head to look at the little corgi. What do you want? It's hungry. The driver took a bite of caviar bread. There's milk over there. I'll go get it, a few bottles of goat's milk. Gu Nianji, not long after the driver left. Gu Nianji's phone vibrated. Her heart skipped a beat. A call had come in. Because she was attending the banquet, she had set her phone to vibrate so that it wouldn't be rude if her phone suddenly rang. But just now, she clearly remembered that there was no signal on her phone at all. It was like being on a plane 10,000 meters in the sky. Vladimir had also said that all signals were blocked here. How could she make a call now? Gu Nianji quickly took out her phone and swiped it open. It was a very unfamiliar number. She stared at it for a while, but still picked up the call. Hello. The person on the other end seemed to pause for a moment, then a very fluent Mandarin voice came from the phone. Excuse me, are you Gu Nianji? The voice was very low, very textured, and very dignified. It sounded a little old. Gu Nianji was filled with respect and quickly asked, yes. May I ask who you are? The person quickly said, I'm He Jichu's father. I need your help with something urgent. Gu Nianji's eyes widened in shock. Who are you? Professor He's father. If you don't believe me, you can turn on the video call. The person on the other end seemed to be impatient. I don't have time to waste with you. He Jichu suddenly acted up and is in danger. Can you help save him this once? Gu Nianji suddenly stood up. What did you say? Professor, he acted up. Is he in danger? Where is he? This was the second chapter of today's update, chapter 1240, giving a big gift. It was 8:00 in the evening. My dear friends are so anxious. Chapter 1251. He's in the professor's building at Imperial Capital University. He Qingjian's voice was steady and powerful. Gu Nianji calmed down a lot. Some people had the ability to keep their word. Ha! But I'm in Russia. Even if I fly back immediately, it won't do. Gu Nianji felt as if a basin of ice water had been poured over her. She felt a chill run down her spine. You're in Russia. He Qingjian was also stunned. He began to panic, and his expression darkened. Why did you go to Russia? Weren't you by Jichu's side? However, this wasn't the time to pursue responsibility. He Qingjian's mind raced, and he immediately said, then can you help find someone to send Jichu to the hospital? Find a doctor who specializes in treating you. I remember Jichu saying. Gu Nianji immediately thought of Chen Lai. In her hurry, she didn't carefully consider why He Qingjian insisted on letting the doctor who treated her save He Jichu. She just felt that this idea couldn't be better. He Jichu was a cautious person and paid attention to his privacy. Chen Lai was tight-lipped and wouldn't speak carelessly. She quickly said, okay, I'll call Dr. Chen right now. Please wait a moment. She then started to dial Chen Lai's phone. However, after dialing for a long time, she couldn't get through. She recalled what Vladimir had said about blocking all signals here, and felt that something was wrong. She switched back to He Qingjian's number and found that he was still online. The call hadn't been hung up. Mr. He, I can't get through here. May I ask how you? Before Gu Nianji could finish her question, He Qingjian seemed to understand her question and immediately said, I'll transfer the call for you. You can dial the number first. Gu Nianji, although she had many doubts, she still dialed Chen Lai's number for He Jichu's sake. After a while, the sound of Chen Lai picking up the phone came from the other end. Gu Nianji sighed softly. Ha! Nianji. Why are you calling me at this time? Chen Lai looked at his watch. It was already midnight. Gu Nianji hadn't thought of the jet lag for a moment. She said embarrassedly, Brother Chen, sorry to disturb you. It's like this. I just found out that Professor He has an acute illness and I heard he's unconscious. Can you go to the B University Professor's building immediately and take him to the hospital for treatment? Chen Lai was a doctor with a parental heart. He immediately said, Is it serious? Should we send an ambulance? Gu Nianji nodded. I still have to. I don't know how serious it is, but Professor He's father just called me. He wants me to save him. She then gave Chen Lai the address of Professor He Jichu's building and the password to open the door. She used to go in and out of He Jichu's suite often, so she hoped that he hadn't changed the password. Chen Lai immediately called for his medical team, and the ambulance sped towards the B University Professor's building. Because it was an ambulance and it was late at night in the imperial capital, their journey was smooth. It only took them 15 minutes to arrive at the B University Professor's building from the Special Operations Forces headquarters. But for Gu Nianji and He Qingjian, it was the longest 15 minutes. Gu Nianji had been holding her phone the whole time, so she didn't even notice that Vladimir and the driver had arrived. The puppy, little corgi, looked at the milk bottle in the middle-aged driver's hand and howled. It kept using its short legs to reach for it. The middle-aged driver stretched out his fan-like hand and pulled little corgi out of Gu Nianji's arms. She didn't even notice. Focus completely on the phone. Seeing this, Vladimir guarded in front of the curtain of the side hall, not letting anyone in. 15 minutes later, Chen Lai's voice came through the phone. Professor He. Professor He. He used the password Gu Nianji had given him to open He Jichu's door. He looked around and found him lying on the floor of the dining room. His teeth were clenched tightly, and he had fainted. He was immediately given a routine checkup. Chen Lai noticed that his heart was beating weaker and weaker. Without hesitation, he took out the equipment and performed a strong cardiopulmonary resuscitation on He Jichu. It had to be said that if Chen Lai had come a minute later, He Jichu's heart would have stopped beating and caused irreversible damage to his brain. At that time, even if he was saved, he would have become demented. To the proud He Jichu, this was worse than death. Time passed by. Chen Lai's superb medical skills, advanced equipment, and timely diagnosis and treatment finally saved He Jichu. His heartbeat gradually returned to normal. Not long after, He Jichu opened his eyes. Chenlai breathed a sigh of relief and ordered someone to lift He Jichu up. He said, "Professor He, you fainted just now. Let's go to the hospital for a full examination now." He Jichu shook his head. His voice was still cold and clear, although it was a little weak. He said, "No need. I'll go lie in bed for a while. I'll recover after sleeping." Hearing his words, Gu Nianji and He Qingjian breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. "Brother Qin, let me talk to Professor He." Gu Nianji was anxious to persuade He Jichu to go to the hospital. If he was sick, he had to see a doctor. He couldn't hide his illness for fear of treatment. Chenlai had been wearing a Bluetooth headset to talk to Gu Nianji. Hearing this, he took out his phone and handed it to He Jichu. He said, "Professor He, it's all thanks to Nianji today. She called me to save you." He Jichu came back to his senses and remembered what had happened before he fainted. The last person he saw was his father, so why was it Gu Nianji who called? Gu Nianji was clearly in Moscow, Russia. He put the phone to his ear, and Gu Nianji's anxious voice came through. "Professor He, you should go to the hospital with Brother Qin. If you don't want to go to a normal hospital, you can go to Brother Chen's." Professor He's eyes revealed a trace of nostalgia. Perhaps it was because sick people were always a little fragile, and his disguise had a crack. He Jichu said softly, "Actually, I'm fine now that I'm awake. It was an accident just now." Of course, being sick is an accident. Is it normal? Gu Nianji was impatient. "Hurry up and go to the hospital. It wasn't easy for me to find someone to save you. Don't make me regret saving you." The tone of her voice. He Jichu couldn't help but laugh. After a while, he replied gently, "I'll go to the hospital with Chenlai." He then said, "Don't worry. Have fun in Moscow. I'll call you tomorrow." Gu Nianji nodded. "Even if you don't call, I'll call back." Chenlai ordered someone to bring a stretcher over and put He Jichu on it to take him away. "Nianji, let's get in the car." Chenlai continued to talk to Gu Nianji. He wanted to tease her about her huge engagement with Hu Xiaoheng, but he realized that he couldn't get through to her. Ha! This girl is so quick to burn the bridge after crossing it. Chenlai pursed his lips and dialed Gu Nianji's number back. It showed that the number you dialed was not in the service area. Chenlai, Gu Nianji realized that the phone had also been disconnected. When she dialed back, it was the same as when she couldn't find a signal earlier. She switched back to He Qingjian's number, only to find that his phone had also been disconnected. She dialed again, but it also didn't get through. Gu Nianji, Vladimir walked over and looked at Gu Nianji in confusion. "Were you on the phone just now?" "Yes." Gu Nianji kept pressing on her phone, trying to check her call history with He Qingjian. "A friend has an acute illness and just got a doctor to save him." "Oh." The middle-aged driver hugged the short-legged little corgi with one hand and fed it goat milk with the other. He asked in confusion, "But how did you get through?" They all knew that the signal was blocked here today. If they wanted to make a call, they had to use a landline. Gu Nianji spread her hands and said with a smile, "I don't know either. I was suddenly able to get through. Maybe your shielding technology isn't good enough, or maybe my friend was just lucky." This explanation wasn't impossible, but it was too much of a coincidence. Vladimir suspected that the Huaxia Empire's Special Operations Forces had some special way to bypass the signal shield. The KGB also had this kind of technology, but only a few people at the highest levels could use it. This was because to do this, the phone needed to be specially made, and it also needed the cooperation of a team to bypass the shield. Gu Nianji wasn't a member of the Special Operations Forces, so how would she know how to use it? However, when she thought about how she had just gotten engaged to Hu Xiaoheng, she felt relieved. It shouldn't be surprising for the fiancé of the commander of the Special Operations Forces to use this method. Vladimir found the reason for Gu Nianji's actions himself. He smiled and said, "Your friend is really lucky. He can go buy a lottery ticket now. He doesn't need to buy a lottery ticket. He has plenty of money." Gu Nianji smiled and blinked. She took the little corgi puppy and the bottle from the middle-aged driver and continued to feed it. When Hu Xiaoheng lifted the curtain and walked in, he saw Gu Nianji holding something in her arms and holding a bottle in her other hand. She was feeding it like a baby. Her expression was focused and her posture was gentle. Hu Xiaoheng couldn't help thinking that if it were his and her child, he curled his lips and walked over happily. When he saw that it was only a puppy in Gu Nianji's arms, he frowned in disdain. Where did this puppy come from? Or is it a corgi? Hu Xiaoheng saw the iconic short legs at a glance. Yes, it's a gift from someone. Isn't it cute? Gu Nianji knew that Hijichu had been saved, so she was in a good mood. She held up the little corgi for Hu Xiaoheng to see. Hu Xiaoheng, this was the third update of the day, Chapter 1241, You're Lucky. Good night, my dears. Chapter 1252. A gift for you. Hu Xiaoheng looked around quickly. Who gave it to you? So someone had given Gu Nianji a corgi puppy in the Kremlin less than half an hour after he left. Hu Xiaoheng's eyes narrowed. To be able to use President Pushkin to send Hu Xiaoheng away just to get close to Gu Nianji and give her a corgi puppy, this person was basically on the verge of appearing. Gu Nianji smiled and said, "Guess." Hu Xiaoheng immediately replied. "It's little Dimi." Gu Nianji. No way. When Hu Xiaoheng came over, little Dimi and his mother had already left. How did he guess that it was someone who wasn't even present? Gu Nianji's sudden stiff expression confirmed Hu Xiaoheng's guess. He reached out and picked up the puppy, which had just opened its eyes. He looked at it calmly and said, "It's only been a few days since it was born, right? I heard it's been more than a week." Gu Nianji pursed her lips and was still puzzled. "How did you know little Dimi gave it to me? Did someone tell you?" Gu Nianji's gaze fell on Vladimir, who was standing next to Hu Xiaoheng. The second in command of the KGB quickly shook his head. No, I swear I never said anything to Major General Hua." The middle-aged driver also waved his hand. "I've been feeding the puppy with you here the whole time. I didn't have the time or place to commit the crime." Commit the crime, the corners of Gu Nianji's mouth twitched. Hu Xiaoheng smiled and said leisurely, "It's not hard to guess. Who would be so important as to ask President Pushkin to help him send me away?" Gu Nianji, she quickly beamed and shook Hu Xiaoheng's arm. "I knew Major General Hua was the smartest." Muah. She pursed her lips and kissed Hu Xiaoheng, then reached out to ask for the little corgi puppy back. Hu Xiaoheng was still holding the poor puppy. He swung it in the air twice and said, "Such a small dog. It hasn't been trained yet, right?" Gu Nianji nodded. Little Dimi said that he has to grow up a little more. He can only start training after he's 1 month old. Hu Xiaoheng pinched little corgi's chubby little legs and said calmly, "Okay, leave it to me. I'll get someone to train it before raising it for you." "Aw. You want to help me train Aku?" Gu Nianji's eyes lit up. Really? Really? Yeah. Hu Xiaoheng responded and glanced sideways at Gu Nianji. Aku. Yes, that's the name I gave it. Gu Nianji smiled. If it's a little bitch, it'll be called Aku, the ku from the slanting jade. But it was a little male dog, so let's call it Aku. Corgi's corgi. Hu Xiaoheng smirked. You really know how to take advantage of the situation. All right, give it back to me first. I'll take care of it for a few days and send it to you for training when I return to China. Gu Nianji couldn't bear to part with the cute, short-legged Ku. Hua Xiaoheng's expression was indifferent. He still held on to the corgi puppy and said, I'm free for the next 2 weeks. I want to take you out to play. It's not convenient to bring a puppy with you. Ha! You want to take me out to play? Gu Nianji was excited. She grabbed Hua Xiaoheng's arm and wanted to jump on him. Really? Really? You really want to take me out to play? Yes. Hua Xiaoheng handed the corgi puppy to Gu Nianji. Do you still want to take it with you? We'll go on a trip to Siberia. No, no. It's only been a week old, so it's not suitable for travel. Gu Nianji still felt sorry for her little Ku and quickly said, then what should we do? Who's going to take it? How about this? I'll get someone to send it back to China in advance. Hua Xiaoheng frowned slightly. This puppy is too young and needs to be vaccinated. Don't hold it all the time. Yes, yes, yes. No problem. Gu Nianji clasped her hands together at the little corgi and said cutely, Papa and Mama have something to do and have to go out. Ku, you have to be good. The little corgi let out a loud woof, as if it was very angry. Hua Xiaoheng, Gu Nianji's heart ached terribly. She quickly reassured it and watched as Hua Xiaoheng carried the puppy out. The middle-aged driver watched from the side with a smile. After Hua Xiaoheng left, he nudged Vladimir, who was standing next to him, with his elbow and said, Impressive. You got rid of an opponent without any bloodshed. Is this the first day you heard about Major General Hua? Vladimir kicked him disdainfully. Hurry up and go back to prepare. I'm afraid we'll have to go on a trip with them for the next 2 weeks. Hua Xiaoheng carried the little corgi to the Kremlin and made a phone call. Not long after, the Huaxia Empire's embassy in Moscow sent a military officer over and took the little corgi from Hua Xiaoheng. Have any of you returned to China recently? If so, help me bring this corgi back and send it to Colonel Yin Shixiang of the Special Operations Forces, Hua Xiaoheng ordered. Yes, sir. That person was actually Hua Xiaoheng's subordinate. He quickly stood at attention and saluted. Then, he respectfully took the puppy from Hua Xiaoheng's hands and stroked its fur. He even purred at the puppy, as if he was doting and happy. He happily carried the puppy and turned around to leave. Hua Xiaoheng, a grown man showing such a girly expression to a little puppy was really degrading. Hua Xiaoheng instantly decided that if he had a son in the future, he would never let him raise a puppy. Even if he had to raise one, he would raise a majestic German shepherd. A day later, Yin Shixiang stood in his office with his hands behind his back. He stared at the little corgi in a small cardboard box. Poor little corgi. Its legs were too short, and it used all its strength to stand up. After standing up with great difficulty, it tried its best to raise its head, wanting to see who the person in front of it was. Yin Shixiang successfully pressed the little corgi, who had just stood up, down with one finger. He then called Hua Xiaoheng and said with a bitter expression, Major General Hua, what do you mean by this? Then, out of the blue, a puppy from the city of Moscow in Russia came to him. Even though it was a very cute corgi, it was still a dog. Hua Xiaoheng said calmly, I don't mean anything. It's not for you. He then said, I have a mission for you. Yes, sir. Yin Shixiang quickly stood up and became serious. Please speak. Send this corgi to the professional dog training department and train it like a military dog. What? Yin Shixiang cried out involuntarily. Short-legged corgi like a military dog. Major General Hua, how did this corgi offend you? You want to do this to it? Hua Xiaoheng was impatient. Just do it. Stop talking so much nonsense. Don't you need to pay for international calls? Don't waste the department's funds by nagging. He hung up the phone. Yin Shixiang stared at the ringing phone, then looked at the little corgi that still didn't know what kind of fate it was facing. He wiped his tears and carried the cardboard box to look for a colleague who specialized in dog training. This was probably the first little corgi in the world that had been trained as a military dog since it was young. Gu Nianji was also on the phone at this time. When she woke up in the morning, the first call she made was to Chenlai's office. "May I ask if Brother Chen is there?" Gu Nianji asked with a smile after the call connected. Chenlai picked up the phone and sneered. "Nianji, aren't you burning bridges?" "Gu Nianji, you asked me to save your people yesterday and immediately hung up the phone. And you still say you're not burning bridges." Chenlai pretended to be angry. "Brother Chen, I'm very angry. The consequences will be very serious." Gu Nianji quickly explained, "I didn't hang up on you yesterday. The signal there wasn't good yesterday. I finally got through to you, but it didn't take long before I couldn't get through again." Chenlai nodded. "I was just joking. Don't be nervous." Gu Nianji smiled and continued to ask, "Brother Chen, how is Professor He?" Chenlai knew that Gu Nianji must have called at this time to ask about He Jichu's condition. He looked at the medical record and said, "Everything is normal, but his emotions are a little unstable. This is what happens when he's anxious and angry. His heart is a little weak, but it's not a big deal. He just needs to rest well. I heard that he has medicine with him, but he hasn't taken it much recently." Gu Nianji breathed a sigh of relief. "That's great. I was really scared yesterday. Fortunately, Brother Chen was here. Brother Chen, I'll treat you to dinner when we get back." "What dinner?" "I saved your people, and you're only treating me to dinner." Chenlai snorted. "You're so famous in Moscow. You should at least treat me to 2 meals." Gu Nianji burst out laughing. "No problem, even 3 meals is no problem." Chenlai also laughed. He rubbed his bald head and said with emotion, "Congratulations, Nianji. You and Major General Hua have finally seen the light." "Congratulations." Chenlai was one of the few people who knew that Gu Nianji and Hua Xiaoheng were actually married. However, because Gu Nianji extremely disliked Hua Xiaoheng at that time, she was almost forced to sign a marriage contract with Hua Xiaoheng. Chenlai could imagine how much effort Hua Xiaoheng had put in to achieve this result. The relationship between two people could only come to fruition if both sides put in the effort. If only one party worked hard, it wouldn't go far. For example, Gu Nianji kept wanting to break up at that time. If Hua Xiaoheng didn't want to make it up, then the two of them would definitely drift apart and eventually become strangers. Gu Nianji was also very emotional. She looked at the big diamond ring on her finger and smiled. "Yes, thank you, Brother Chen. I also thank you on behalf of Major General Hua." "Oh. You're showing off Mrs. Hua so quickly." Chenlai laughed at her, then asked, "Do you want to talk to Professor He?" Gu Nianji quickly nodded. "Is it convenient?" "If Professor He is resting, then forget it." "No. He's standing in front of me, staring at my phone like a tiger watching its prey." Chenlai said faintly, then handed the phone to He Jichu. He Jichu was wearing Chenlai's hospital gown. He was still as handsome as ever. He didn't answer the phone. His shimmering almond-shaped eyes flashed, and he said coldly, "Let Nianji call my phone." He then turned around and returned to his ward. Chenlai, F***CK. He's putting on airs. They're all masters. This was the first update of the day, Chapter 1242, We're All Masters. The second update was at 1 p.m., and the third update was at 8 p.m. Moi. Chapter 1253. Gu Nianji heard He Jichu's voice on the phone and finally confirmed that he was fine. She was in a good mood and immediately dialed He Jichu's number. He Jichu's phone rang before he could return to his room. You can't hear my voice, so you're afraid of blurting out your name. It was as if I was certain that I would meet you, as if we had exchanged eyes before, as if I had seen you somewhere before. The long and sorrowful prelude sounded, and a man's low voice sang softly, as if fate was knocking on the door. Chun-Li heard He Jichu's ringtone and couldn't help but look up at him. Was this Gu Nianji's exclusive ringtone? He Jichu unlocked his phone and closed the door. With one hand in his trouser pocket and the other holding his phone, He Jichu walked to the window and looked at the sunlight outside. Nianji, thank you for saving me. Gu Nianji laughed. Professor He, are you feeling better? You're too polite. How many times have you saved me? I only saved you once. I want to thank you for giving me this opportunity to save you. He Jichu, I'm fine. By the way, how did you know I was sick? He Jichu pulled down the curtains and leaned against the windowsill as he asked with a smile. Your father called me. Gu Nianji said without hesitation, Professor He, your father treats you so well. I can feel that he really loves you. When he saw that you were sick, he was so worried that he even found my number. He Jichu's heart sank. My father called you. So before he fainted, he really did see his father's video, and it wasn't an illusion. When he had just woken up yesterday, he had his doubts. He clearly remembered seeing his father, but why was it Gu Nianji who called Chun-Li to save him? Yesterday, he was too anxious and didn't have time to speak. He had to get to the bottom of this today. He Jichu coughed lightly and asked, My father. Are you sure it was my father? He said yes, and he even showed me the video of you fainting. He really wanted me to help save you. Although I didn't see what he looked like, I didn't think his voice was fake. It was your father. His tone couldn't lie. Even if he was a liar, he was a liar who had his own difficulties. Gu Nianji thought to herself indulgently. That man had saved Professor He and given her a chance to save Professor He. Gu Nianji was very grateful to him. He Jichu rubbed his forehead speechlessly. Okay, I got it. Nianji, congratulations. Gu Nianji, after a while, she smiled. Thank you, Professor He. Hua Xiaoheng is quite considerate. He Jichu said lightly, the engagement ceremony I gave you was worthy of your status. Otherwise, I wouldn't have let him get away with it so easily. Hua Xiao must have been very considerate to have received Professor He's approval. Gu Nianji played along with He Jichu's tone, not wanting to make him angry. Chun-Li had said that He Jichu's relapse this time was due to anger. Gu Nianji didn't want him to be angered again. He Jichu nodded. When do you plan to get married? Gu Nianji really hadn't thought about this problem. She and Hua Xiaoheng had already gotten their marriage certificate, so these people were probably asking when the wedding would be held. Because Russian President Vladimir Putin had already said that he would be a witness, their wedding probably couldn't be decided by themselves anymore. Gu Nianji said tactfully, this question depends on what Major General Hua says. I have to discuss it with him. You'll listen to him. He Jichu sneered disapprovingly. Nianji, this is your wedding. There's only one main character at the wedding, and that's the bride. Don't put the cart before the horse. Gu Nianji felt a little guilty and chuckled. I want to, but considering our witness, I can probably only be one of the main characters. He Jichu shook his head and walked back to the hospital bed to sit down. He poured himself a glass of water and said, no matter how high the status of the witness is, he can't surpass the bride's limelight. Nianji, I'll take you down the red carpet when the time comes, okay? Gu Nianji didn't have a father, so He Jichu wanted to be her family member, lead her down the red carpet, and then hand her over to Hua Xiaoheng. Gu Nianji was so touched that her voice choked. Professor He, Are you really willing to take me down the red carpet? Although there was still no sign of the wedding, when she thought of Professor He, whom she respected the most and who was like family to her, leading her down the red carpet, she felt that even if she didn't have a father, she wouldn't have any regrets. He Ji-chu looked ahead indifferently, his shimmering almond-shaped eyes devoid of emotion. Of course. Otherwise, why would I take the initiative to bring it up? Then I'll remember it. When the time comes, Professor He, don't go back on your word. Gu Nianji smiled and made an agreement with He Ji-chu. The two of them chatted for a while before Chunlai knocked on the door. He Ji-chu, it's time to take your medicine. After that, you'll go to bed. I'm going to disconnect the internet. He Ji-chu, Gu Nianji heard Chunlai's voice and quickly said, then I'll hang up. Professor He, rest well and recover as soon as possible. I'll be back in 2 weeks. I still have a lot to discuss with Professor He. The Angel in the World of Foundation's lawsuit was about to be concluded, and the date of her father's death was about to come to an end. In 2 weeks, she would receive all of the Gu family's assets. When that time came, she would see if there were any new clues about her father. After calling He Ji-chu, Gu Nianji called Ma Chi-chi again. Ma Chi-chi was just about to take a nap. When she saw that it was Gu Nianji's call, she immediately picked it up and shouted, Nianji. You finally called. TSK, our identities are really different now. It's really not easy to talk to you for a while. Gu Nianji spat. Chi-chi, you did it on purpose, didn't you? I did it on purpose. Ma Chi-chi giggled. Hurry up and tell me the truth. What was Major General Hua's proposal about? Did he really propose in front of that unknown warrior's grave? Gu Nianji nodded. Yes, it was there. Damn. That's so cool. Ma Chi-chi circled the room excitedly. I'm afraid only someone like Major General Hua would have such creativity. Gimmicks like stars, beaches, and drones dropping rings are nothing compared to this. Gu Nianji burst out laughing. Chi-chi, don't make enemies for me. What did the drones do to you? Ma Chi-chi chuckled. Actually, I was mocking Big Xiong. When he proposed to me, it was really romantic, but because it was too romantic, it was a little arrogant and not meaningful enough. Chi-chi, don't push your luck. Gu Nianji didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It's like a city is under siege. The people in the city want to go out, and the people outside the city want to come in. Hey, this is used to describe marriage. How can you use it so carelessly? Ma Chi-chi corrected her and asked her, when are you coming back? When do you plan to hold the wedding? I've already said that if I'm not married by then I'll be your bridesmaid. Bridesmaids were usually unmarried women. Of course, there were also married women, depending on the situation. No problem. You'll definitely be my bridesmaid. Gu Nianji thought about contacting her roommates from undergrad to see if they were willing to be her bridesmaids. That would be it. Ma Chi-chi blew her a kiss in satisfaction. Then when are you coming back? I haven't seen you in a long time. I miss you. Soon. There's still 2 weeks. Gu Nianji giggled and exchanged a few more words with her before putting down the phone. Just as she was about to rest for a while, her phone rang instead. She looked at the caller and saw that it was actually Song Jining. She quickly swiped open her phone and said with a blush, Miss Song, you haven't taken a nap yet? Song Jining smiled brightly and said gently, Nianji, congratulations on your engagement. It seems that my son is quite capable. He was able to tie down a genius girl. Gu Nianji, since you're already engaged, the wedding schedule should be put on the table. Song Jining reminded her. I'll remind Xiaoheng about this. Nianji, you just have to dress up nicely and be responsible for being beautiful on your wedding day. Gu Nianji's heart warmed and she nodded heavily. I'll listen to Ms. Song. Oh, you're still calling me Ms. Song like Xiaoheng. Song Jining chuckled. Shouldn't you change the way you address me? Gu Nianji, Ms. Song, you're so unkind. You actually tricked Gu Nianji, who doesn't understand traditional etiquette. Gu Nianji almost fell for her trick. Just then, Hu Xiaoheng pushed the door open and came in. Gu Nianji swallowed the word mom. Who are you calling? Hu Xiaoheng said as he took out his suitcase and began to pack his things. Miss Song, do you want to talk to her? No need. We'll see her soon. Why would I call? Hu Xiaoheng didn't think much of it and put a few sets of casual clothes into his suitcase. We'll see her soon. Miss Song is also in Moscow. Gu Nianji was very surprised. Where do you live? Why don't we go visit them? Hu Xiaoheng shook his head. Miss Song isn't in Moscow. Then where is she? How are we going to see her? Gu Nianji was even more confused. Miss Song is doing scientific tests in Tunguska, Siberia. We're going to Siberia for a trip, so we can see her on the way. Tunguska, Siberia. Gu Nianji frowned. Why does this place sound so familiar? Yes. The Tunguska explosion from more than 100 years ago. Are you familiar with it? Hu Xiaoheng told her about it and helped her organize her suitcase. This was the second watch of the day, chapter 1243, I want to take you down the red carpet. It was 8:00 in the evening. Mwah. Chapter 1254. The Tunguska explosion. Oh, I was wondering why this place sounded so familiar. So it's because of this. Gu Nianji took out her phone and searched. There were a lot of related news and explanations on the internet, but most of them were from the same article, so they seemed to be similar. An explosion more than 100 years ago was as powerful as 20 million tons of TNT. That's amazing. There weren't even atomic bombs at that time. How could there be such a powerful explosion? Gu Nianji clicked her tongue. Tens of millions of trees within more than 2,000 square kilometers were burned and charred. The way they fell was very strange. They were all pointing to a center, just like the crop circles of later generations. Gu Nianji saw this and exclaimed, didn't crop circles prove to be man-made and not a natural phenomenon? The ancestors of forgery in the modern sense were actually the British. Because they were the first country to industrialize. With the emergence of industrialization, large-scale modern counterfeiting also appeared. For example, the crop circles that were closely related to the first industrial revolution first appeared at that time. Unfortunately, under the malicious propaganda of the West, the Huaxia Empire, which had fallen from its peak and risen again, became the birthplace of counterfeiting. Hu Xiaoheng put all the clothes back into the box and said as he locked it, if the Tunguska explosion was man-made, what would it be like? This. That's unlikely, right? Gu Nianji continued reading and said in surprise, it was actually felt in all of Europe and parts of Asia at that time. Fortunately, it was in the inaccessible Tunguska region of Siberia. If it had been in another place with more people, it would have been much worse. There are so many theories about the specific cause. Gu Nianji read the information she had seen to Hu Xiaoheng. Some people think it was a comet impact. Yes, this is the common view in academia now. Some people still think it was an alien spacecraft impact. Some people think it was a small black hole that was passing through the blue planet at that time. TSK, this imagination. Are you sure it's not a science fiction writer, but a scientist? Hu Xiaoheng smiled and turned around. Then you should discuss this topic with Ms. Song. Ms. Song is too high-end. I'm only worthy of reading these popular science books. Gu Nianji laughed. Yes, there's also a creative explanation here. It's called antimatter. The protons and antiprotons collided. Bang! Everything will vanish into thin air. It's so similar to the ashes to ashes, dust to dust recorded in the Bible. Hua Xiaoheng stood up and turned around. Look, isn't this related to particle physics? You mean antimatter? Gu Nianji frowned. If it really was antimatter, then it really could have caused such great damage. It was said that when half a gram of iron and half a gram of anti-iron collided, the power of the explosion was equivalent to the power of the atomic bomb dropped on Hiroshima. Well, if that's the case, the equivalent of the Tunguska explosion is equivalent to 1,000 atomic bombs, which is the power of 500 grams of iron colliding. Gu Nianji frowned again. But antimatter can't exist in its natural state. Yes, antimatter can't exist in nature unless it's in a specific laboratory environment, or if there's radioactive decay in nuclear research, or if insignificant and fleeting antimatter is observed in cosmic rays. Hua Xiaoheng seemed to be very familiar with this point. He said, even if antimatter is created in a laboratory, it can only appear for a very short period of time, because it will inevitably come into contact with the laboratory utensils and be annihilated. When matter and antimatter collide, the energy that can erupt is beyond your imagination. In front of it, even nuclear weapons are not enough. Gu Nianji looked at Hua Xiaoheng suspiciously. Why do you seem to have studied this thing? Don't tell me it's a bedtime story that Miss Song told you when you were young when she coaxed you to sleep. Of course not. Miss Song's biological son is called scientific research. I'm just a gift from her for topping up her phone bill. Hua Xiaoheng was rarely humorous. Gu Nianji's heart ached when she heard this. She put down her phone and walked over to hug Hua Xiaoheng's waist. She leaned her head against his chest and said, I'll tell you bedtime stories in the future. Hua Xiaoheng, he lowered his head and kissed her lips. He said hoarsely, Are you stupid? If you sleep with me, I'll give you time to tell stories. Gu Nianji, all the sadness and tenderness in her heart were completely destroyed by him. Gu Nianji pushed him away expressionlessly and tried to change the topic. Are you so concerned about antimatter research because it has something to do with the military's weapons research? Hua Xiaoheng smiled without saying anything. He picked up their suitcases. Let's go. I still have to buy you some coats to keep out the cold before we go to Siberia. Siberia was a vast area in the northwest of Russia. It was more than 10 million square kilometers, from the Ural Mountains to the Pacific Ocean, from the Arctic Ocean to Huk, and even part of it bordered the Huaxia Empire. Siberia's climate was a subfrigid coniferous forest climate. It was very cold, and there were at least 7 months below zero every year. It was early May, so it was slightly warmer. However, for Gu Nianji, who had grown up in Sea City in the south, it was still a very cold winter. The only thicker clothes she had brought were windbreakers, which were not enough to withstand the cold air currents of Siberia. Gu Nianji followed Hua Xiaoheng out of the hotel and immediately saw the familiar jeep parked ostentatiously at the entrance of the hotel. The hairy second-in-command of the KGB, Vladimir, leaned against the car door. The driver poked his head out of the car window with a smile on his face and greeted them with a smile. Serious, where are you going? Vladimir and I will be your free driver and tour guide. We'll take you wherever you want to go. Gu Nianji, Hua Xiaoheng wasn't surprised at all. Therefore, he didn't even call for a car. He just waited for the two of them to come to him. In Russia, with the KGB escorting them, he didn't have to worry about security himself. Thank you, KGB, thank you, President Pushin. Hua Xiaoheng opened the back door without hesitation and said, Then I'll be troubling you. Thank you for your hospitality. You're welcome, you're welcome. Sirius and I are friends. The middle-aged driver made a face at Gu Nianji. Come, get in the car. Gu Nianji smiled and followed Hua Xiaoheng into the car. Vladimir's face darkened. Damn it. Why did he feel like he was being used by Hu Xiaoheng? After getting in the car, Vladimir's face darkened and he didn't say anything. The middle-aged driver didn't notice and chatted happily with Gu Nianji. Serious, where are you going? First, we're going to buy some coats to keep out the cold, then we're going on a trip to Siberia. Right, Hu Xiaoheng? Gu Nianji looked at Hu Xiaoheng. Hu Xiaoheng grunted, his expression calm and natural. To buy a coat, Vladimir said sarcastically. Then let's go to Gumu. You're really going to Gumu? The middle-aged driver's eyes widened. That's the most luxurious place in Russia with the most luxury goods. Gumu. Gu Nianji looked down and checked on her phone. The full name is Gumu National Department Store. TSK, that's a really lame name. However, although the name was lame, it was the most luxurious shopping mall in Moscow and even in the entire Russia. There was a security check when entering. All the luxury brands on Blue Planet had flagship stores there. Its scale was obvious. When Gu Nianji and Hu Xiaoheng got out of the car, they were still shocked when they saw the security check at the door. Vladimir smiled strangely as he watched Hu Xiaoheng and Gu Nianji walk into Gumu. He said, let Major General Hu bleed a little. Let him use us. How did he use us? Weren't we spying on them? The middle-aged driver expressed his confusion. Vladimir's heart felt stifled. How could he have such a heartless subordinate? This was the third watch of the day, chapter 1244, my bedtime story with you. Good night, dearest. Chapter 1255. Hu Xiaoheng brought Gu Nianji to the security check at the entrance of the Gumu National Department Store. It was similar to the security check at the Huaxia Empire's train station. The main check here was for all kinds of bags. Gu Nianji only carried a small red Hermes Berlin bag that she carried with her. Inside was her wallet, phone, sunscreen, some change, and a pack of disinfectant wipes. There were many people waiting in line for the security check, and the long line circled the entrance several times. Hu Xiaoheng didn't want to wait in line for the security check. He pondered for a moment, then took out his phone from his pocket and called a Swiss bank boss. Gu Nianji looked at Hu Xiaoheng curiously. She didn't know what he said to the person on the phone, because not long after, a tall and elegant woman rushed out of the Gumu department store. She didn't look young, but she had an elegant aura that made it impossible for people to notice her age. She looked around at the door and came to Hu Xiaoheng and Gu Nianji's side. She smiled and said in English, "May I ask if you two are Lucas's friends?" The Swiss banker that Hu Xiaoheng had called was called Lucas. Hu Xiaoheng nodded and replied in English, "Yes, I'm Alex, and this is serious." "Do you know Lucas?" The woman waved her hand gracefully. "This way, please. My name is Anna. I used to be Lucas's assistant, but I was homesick, so I returned to Russia to work." She led Hu Xiaoheng and Gu Nianji around the long line of security checks and walked to the side door of the department store. In the jeep at the entrance, Vladimir and the middle-aged driver, who had been prepared to watch the show, widened their eyes and mouths. They were shocked by this turn of events. This. They went in just like that. No security check. And they were picked up by someone. The middle-aged driver was so excited that he almost jumped out of his seat. That woman looked so familiar. Vladimir took out his phone with a sullen expression. After connecting to the KGB's intelligence system, he looked up information about the Gumu National Department Store. Soon, he saw the photo of the tall and elegant woman. Anna Ivanova, the CEO of the Gumu National Department Store. Vladimir gasped and punched the car window. When did Hu Xiaoheng get to know the CEO of Gumu? At the side door of the Gumu National Department Store stood an armed guard. He wore a black beret and black Ray-Ban sunglasses. He was very tall, at least 2 meters tall, and his arms bulged like a giant's. Anna showed her name card to the guard. The guard was extremely shocked. He quickly stood at attention and saluted, saying, "So it's the CEO. Why did you come down personally? Just give us a call and we'll get someone to invite your two friends in." Anna nodded reservedly. "You have your own work to do. How can I trouble you? Work hard, lunch is on me." As she spoke, she gave the guard a lunch voucher. It was a lunch voucher for the management's exclusive restaurant. The denomination was very large, enough for 4 to 5 people to eat. The guard, who was as tall as a giant, looked at the lunch voucher and smiled contentedly. The corners of Gu Nianji's lips twitched. Hua Xiaoheng took out a pre-charged credit card and stuffed it into the guard's hand. He smiled and said, "Then dinner is on me." The guard looked at the amount marked on the credit card and immediately felt deep veneration. He saluted Hua Xiaoheng and said respectfully, "Sir, you're too kind, but we can't accept it, because Anna was watching from the side, and the CEO was here. If he still dared to accept bribes, he would lose his job." However, Anna raised her head and said, "Take it. Mr. Alex has good intentions. Remember to take care of him and his friends. Don't worry." The guard immediately picked up the walkie-talkie and muttered something. Soon, he called over 4 tall and burly guards with loaded guns and said, "These two are our department store's distinguished guests. Today, their safety is in your hands." Anna nodded with a smile and explained to Hua Xiaoheng, "Our department store is like this for high-value customers. There are professional services and bodyguards accompanying them the entire time. You can shop without worry and don't have to worry about anything." In other words, there was no need to worry about thieves, carelessly dropping things, or being targeted by some criminal gangs and becoming a fat sheep for these people. Gu Nianji was amazed by such thoughtful service. She had thought that they were special to them. However, after entering the store, she saw that there were many people like them. Many of them were Middle Eastern people in white or black robes, accompanied by armed guards. Of course, the Middle Eastern oil princes were rich and of course, they cherished their lives the most. Immediately after, a blonde Russian shopping guide walked over with a very polite smile and said to Hua Xiaoheng, "I'm Lika. I'll take you shopping today. If you need anything, please let us know. We'll do our best to meet your needs." Anna said with satisfaction, "Lika, these two are my good friends. You must treat them well and show them the best service quality of our Gumu department store. Don't worry, President. I won't let you two down." Lika made a promise to Anna. Anna was the CEO of this large department store, so it was impossible for her to keep Hua Xiaoheng and Gu Nianji shopping. It was already a great favor for her to personally come down and lead them in. After Hua Xiaoheng shook hands with her and said goodbye, he held Gu Nianji's hand and leisurely strolled around Gumu department store. He said to the shopping guide, "Lika, we want to buy a coat to keep out the cold. It's a woman's style. What do you recommend?" Lika asked carefully, "May I ask how low the temperature you need to withstand? We have all kinds of brands and all kinds of cold-resistant coats here. Although it's almost summer, there are still some stores that sell winter clothes. I'll check for you." Lika took out her handheld tablet and clicked on it. After a while, she said, "This is the last week of Burberry's winter clothes. The season will change next week. Do you want to go take a look? I have to contact other brands to see if they still have winter clothes in stock. In addition, our Russian brand also has some winter clothes of good quality and design. However, I think this lady's figure is too good. I guess our Russian brand doesn't have the right size for her." She pursed her lips and smiled. Gu Nianji also understood and felt that this shopping guide was really funny. She was just short of saying that the clothing sizes of Russian brands were relatively large, and Gu Nianji's small body probably wouldn't be able to hold them, Hu Xiaoheng actually didn't have much time to shop for clothes. He looked at his watch and said, "Then let's go to Burberry and buy a few suitable ones. We're in a hurry." "Oh, I understand." The shopping guide, Lika, stopped looking for other brands and took them directly to Burberry's flagship store. After entering Burberry's flagship store, Gu Nianji was immediately attracted by Burberry's iconic cashmere plaid scarf. Hu Xiaoheng saw that her gaze kept drifting to the cashmere plaid scarf, and thought about how Gu Nianji had a lot of silk scarves, but not many thick cashmere scarves. Of course, that was because Gu Nianji had never been to a really cold place. There was heating at home and at school in the winter, and there was a car to go in and out, so she didn't need too many thick cashmere scarves. However, since they were in Moscow, he might take Gu Nianji on a trip to various places on Blue Planet in the future. Hu Xiaoheng felt that he should buy her some thick cashmere scarves. What if she needed them? She could wear them in different styles every day for the entire winter. Besides, the cashmere scarves and even cashmere coats supplied by Burberry in Moscow were thicker than the materials used in other places. Because it was colder here than in other places, it was worth stocking up. The products sold by a brand had to meet the living needs of the local residents in order to prosper for a long time. "Let's go look at the cashmere scarves over there. We'll need them when we go to Siberia." Hu Xiaoheng pulled Gu Nianji directly to the counter where the cashmere scarves were kept. Gu Nianji was immediately delighted. She thought happily that Hu Xiao had seen her sneaking glances at the cashmere scarves over there just now. Therefore, women had different levels of acceptance for different kinds of sweet words from men, but there was only one kind of sweet words that women liked. That was, "Bye, bye, bye." Gu Nianji smiled as she looked between the scarves, choosing the style and pattern that she liked. The pinkish-blue checkered scarves with light gray intervals looked clean and refreshing, like the Siberian winter sky, with light gray clouds in the light blue that could bring a storm at any time. The pinkish-white checkered scarves with bright red stripes were like flags fluttering in the heavy snow, looking valiant and heroic. The light green checkered squares had snow-white tassels. When she wiped them with her hand, they were as soft as water, but also extremely warm. There were also 7 or 8 other color combinations. Gu Nianji was dazzled and couldn't help asking Hu Xiaoheng, "Which color looks the best?" Hu Xiaoheng glanced at them and asked the salesgirl next to him, "Which ones are this year's new models?" "These are all of them." The salesgirl pointed to the 7 or 8 colors of cashmere scarves in front of her. "Last year's old models have already entered the outlet. The flagship store is all new models." Hu Xiaoheng nodded. "Wrap these up. 2 of each. That way, if Gu Nianji's friend liked it, she could also give one as a gift." "Gu Nianji, why do you need so many?" Gu Nianji's face flushed red. She grabbed Hu Xiaoheng's arm and shook her head. "One is enough. If you like them, buy them all. It's not like you can't afford them." Hu Xiaoheng reminded her. "You're out to play, but don't you want to bring gifts for your friends? I think Machichi will like these scarves too. Just take it as picking out a few for her." Gu Nianji felt ashamed at his words. She really hadn't thought about Machichi just now. She was completely immersed in the joy of a vacation alone with Hu Xiaoheng. She quickly said, "Then I'll pick out some small things." As she spoke, she picked out some leather gloves, wallets, and belts for men and women, and paid with her card. Hu Xiaoheng paid for the scarves. The salesgirl happily wrapped 2 of each scarf and carried it behind Hu Xiaoheng. Hu Xiaoheng then took Gu Nianji to look at coats. He took a fancy to a long maroon wool coat at first glance. It was a very slim military coat style and reached his knees. The quality of the wool inside was very good. It was warm to the touch, like a natural temperature regulator. Not to mention 0 degrees Celsius, even minus 50 degrees Celsius wouldn't be a problem. The coat also had a wide military belt. Gu Nianji came out of the fitting room wearing it. Her waist was thin, and her chest was high. Her long hair draped over her shoulders. She was delicate and beautiful with a hint of the cruelty and abstinence of a soldier. Hu Xiaoheng's heart heated up when he saw it, and some unreliable scenes floated through his mind. For example, Gu Nianji was lying on the bed wearing this coat. She was only wearing this coat, and when she opened the coat, there was nothing underneath. This was the first night watch of the day, chapter 1245, liking what you are on the inside. The second night watch was at 1 p.m., and the third night watch was at 8 p.m. Chapter 1256. Gu Nianji didn't know what Hu Xiaoheng was thinking. She smiled and spun a few times in front of Hu Xiaoheng. How is it? Does it look good? Of course it was very warm, but she was concerned about whether it looked good. If it didn't look good, she didn't want it no matter how warm it was. Hu Xiaoheng came back to his senses and said calmly, yes, it looks good. He then took out his black card and immediately paid for it. The shop assistant who paid for him smiled like a chrysanthemum and followed Hu Xiaoheng and Gu Nianji with the shopping guide, Lika. Gu Nianji said, Hu Xiao, you should buy one too. Aren't you cold? The Burberry shop assistant quickly said, we also have a men's coat of the same style. It looks like a couple's outfit for the two of you. As she spoke, she brought over the men's wool military coat. Gu Nianji liked it very much. Her eyes lit up when she held the coat to Hu Xiaoheng. Hu Xiaoheng had a feeling that Gu Nianji's little brain was thinking about something indescribable. He had just been indescribable, and now that Gu Nianji was indescribable, Hu Xiaoheng was speechless. He nodded calmly and agreed to buy the coat, but refused to try it on for Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji pouted and followed behind him. Hu Xiaoheng pretended not to see her and turned around to buy two glossy black mink fur hats for the two of them. They were the kind that could cover half of their heads. They were almost identical to the black mink fur hats worn by the governors of the northeastern warlords in the old era. Then, he bought a pair of leather pants with a cashmere lining to keep out the cold as much as possible. In the end, he picked out 2 pairs of leather boots. The inner lining was made of soft, snow-white wool, and the outer lining was made of sturdy calf leather. It was fashionable and high-end, and it was very comfortable to wear. It was no problem for them to travel long distances. Seeing that it was almost time, Hu Xiaoheng didn't waste any more time. He said to Gu Nianji, is there anything else you want to buy? No. Gu Nianji looked at the various paper bags in the hands of the shopping guide and the guards and smiled with satisfaction. Only women who had gone shopping knew how fulfilling it felt to shop hard. The two of them spent an hour shopping and were personally escorted out of the department store by Anna. Vladimir looked at Hu Xiaoheng and Gu Nianji's Burberry bags and couldn't help pulling a long face. He snorted and looked away. Gu Nianji took out a pair of men's leather gloves and a box of belts she had just bought and stuffed them into Vladimir's hands. She smiled and said, you have a gift too. Come on, smile. Vladimir looked down at the Burberry gift box in his hand. Although he wanted to pretend that he didn't care, the corners of his mouth still revealed his true thoughts. Thank you, serious. He pretended to be reserved, then secretly took out his phone to take a picture and post it on WeChat. Vladimir, KGB2, a gift from a friend, smile. JPG. When the middle-aged driver received the same gift, his way of expressing his gratitude was much more straightforward. He let out an earth-shattering shout and then laughed wildly. I have Burberry gloves and belts. Ha 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 ha. When I get back, this bunch of brats will definitely envy me to death. Serious, thank you. As the middle-aged driver spoke, his huge body struggled up from the front seat. He turned around and leaned against the back of the seat, wanting to kiss Gu Nianji's face. A kiss on the cheek to express gratitude. Hu Xiaoheng reached out and pushed him back without hesitation. Drive well, that's the best way to thank me. Okay. The middle-aged driver couldn't resist Hua Xiaoheng's hand. He retracted his head resentfully, turned around, started the car, and left the entrance of Gu Mu's department store. Gu Nianji took out her phone with a smile and began to interact with Vladimir on WeChat. She gave him a like first, then commented, "It's been hard on you these few days, Vladimir." Vladimir immediately replied, "It's not hard at all. It's to serve the people." Gu Nianji. How did you know that? Vladimir rolled his eyes in the front seat and replied, "This is the purpose of the KGB." Gu Nianji chuckled and replied, "Is that so? Whether you believe it or not, I don't believe it." Vladimir, Hua Xiaoheng glanced around the car and saw that Gu Nianji was interacting with Vladimir. He ignored them. The middle-aged driver asked him, "Major General Hua, where are you guys going this time?" "To Tunguska in Siberia." Hua Xiaoheng turned around. "You know how to get there, right?" "Oh, I don't know," the middle-aged driver replied honestly. "But I have GPS. Just follow the directions." Tunguska in Siberia was directly east of Moscow, so they had to take the highway heading east. Although there were no highways along the way, these ordinary roads were built in the former Soviet Union. They were of very good quality and were no worse than the highways of today. And because there were few people along the way, these ordinary roads were similar to the highways in Europe and America. What was even more interesting was that there were no speed limits in many places, so they could drive very fast. The four of them quickly walked out of Moscow. They hadn't walked far when Hua Xiaoheng's phone suddenly rang. He picked up his phone and looked at it. It was actually his father, Hua Guanchen. He frowned, but still picked up the phone and asked, "What's the matter?" "I'm on my way." Hua Guanchen was worried that it would affect his driving, so he quickly said, "It's like this. General Ji told me about you and Nianji, and asked when we plan to hold the wedding." Hua Xiaoheng, he thought that General Ji had told him that he and Gu Nianji had already gotten their marriage certificate, but fortunately, General Ji was still tight-lipped. He asked when the wedding would be held, and didn't gossip much. Hua Xiaoheng frowned. "We'll talk about this later. I'm on my way now." "On your way? Where are you going?" Hua Guanchen was stunned. "Aren't you leading the team to participate in the International Special Forces competition in Moscow?" "It's none of my business now. I'm not in this area anyway. I won't steal the limelight and credit from others," Hua Xiaoheng said calmly. "If there's nothing else, I'm hanging up." "Then why don't you return home early?" Hua Guanchen was very excited. "President Pushkin is going to be your witness, so you have to plan your wedding well. General Ji and Speaker Long have both said that your marriage has become an international event, and they will all do their part." He actually didn't say a single word of objection. Hua Xiaoheng's lips curled. It seemed that his father wasn't hopeless. At least he was in the category of a tactful person. "I'm taking Nianji to Siberia now." Hua Xiaoheng shook his head. "I can't return home for the time being." "Guanchen, is that Xiaoheng? Give me your phone." Hua Xuanong leaned on his walking stick and came downstairs with Luo Jialan's help. He happened to hear Hua Guanchen calling Hua Xiaoheng. Hua Guanchen wanted to reject Hua Xuanong, but Hua Xiaoheng was listening on the other end of the phone. Hua Guanchen didn't want Hua Xuanong to lose face in front of his juniors, so he could only reluctantly say to Hua Xiaoheng, "Your grandfather is here. He wants to say a few words to you." Hua Xiaoheng nodded. He wanted to make things clear so that his grandfather and father wouldn't think that he had acted first and reported later. Although he had indeed acted first and reported later. Hua Xuanong took the phone from Hua Guanchen and asked angrily, "Xiaoheng, why did you get engaged outside without the consent of your family? You have to know that without the blessing of your family, your marriage will never be happy. So what if the Russian president is the witness?" After he's done being the witness, he'll just leave and leave you alone to face this kind of marriage that doesn't match your family's background. Do you think he's being kind? Hu Xiaoheng, after Hu Xuanong finished speaking, he saw that Hu Xiaoheng didn't refute him, so he felt even more confident. He slammed the walking stick in his hand on the ground twice and said confidently, "Fortunately, you only got engaged in private, so it doesn't count. Come back quickly and get your marriage certificate with Zhelan. Then, when you prepare for the wedding, just let Zhelan be the bride. The Russian president doesn't know what an Asian looks like at all. When the time comes, you'll wear a wedding dress with a veil, and this matter will be over." Hu Xuanong even helped Hu Xiaoheng think of a way to fool the Russian president, Pushin. Hu Guanchen was completely confused when he heard this. He thought that after he rejected him last time, the old master had already abandoned the unrealistic fantasy of letting Luo Zhelan and Hu Xiaoheng fake marry, but he didn't expect him to still refuse to give up. The corners of Hu Xiaoheng's mouth twitched. It was getting more and more ridiculous. Get your marriage certificate with Zhelan. Who's Zhelan? Hu Zhelan, your former cousin, but she's no longer a member of the Hu family. You know, she wasn't your uncle's biological daughter to begin with, and now she's moved out of the Hu family's household register. She changed her surname to follow her mother's surname, Luo. Now she's called Luo Zhelan. Hu Xuanong explained impatiently. This was the second watch of the day, chapter 1246, Unrealistic Fantasies. At 8 p.m., the third watch. Mwah. Chapter 1257. Luo Zhelan held Hu Xuanong's hand and lowered her head deeply. She looked embarrassed, but her heart was pounding. Although Hu Xiaoheng was a stubborn person who often did things his own way and never listened to his parents' opinions at work, marriage was different. No matter how powerful a person was, marriage was an important matter that required the approval of the elders. Hu Xiaoheng was a soldier, so this was especially important. Luo Zhelan was certain of this, so she dared to work hard on Hu Xuanong's side. Finally, she made him very dissatisfied with Gu Nianji and agreed to let her be a cover for Hu Xiaoheng's marriage. Moreover, Hu Xiaoheng hadn't been married for so many years and didn't have a girlfriend. Luo Zhelan felt that Hu Xiaoheng must be very concerned about his family's opinion. This was all because his family standards were too high. Ordinary people and ordinary family backgrounds were beneath them. That was why Hu Xiaoheng had not had a girlfriend for so many years. Hu Xiaoheng was speechless. He supported his head with one hand and rested his elbow on the edge of the car window. "Grandfather, if you want to marry me, you have to go through a strict background check first. Do you think she can pass the background check?" "Why can't she pass?" Hu Xuanong's face darkened. "Do you think I don't know what a background check is? I've been in the Supreme Military Council for so many years, and I have my own connections. I will make sure she passes the background check." "Okay, then I'll guarantee that she won't pass the background check." Hu Xiaoheng didn't waste any more time. He hung up on Hu Xuanong and sent a message to Yin Shixiang. "Major General Hu, investigate Luo Zhelan's, formerly Hu Zhelan's, identity and background. Nothing can be missed from her birth to the present." When Yin Shixiang saw the message, he was stunned for a long time before he remembered that Hu Zhelan was Hu Xiao's cousin. She was Hu Xiao's uncle's daughter. Of course, she was only an adopted daughter, not a biological daughter. Previously, because of Song Jinning's lawsuit, Yin Shixiang had some understanding of Luo Zhelan's conduct, so of course he was very disdainful. Not only did he eat someone else's food, but he also abused someone else's family. That person was his elder, and because he was sick, he did not have the ability to protect himself. This kind of person with a bad character was spurned by many people at that time. Yin Shixiang immediately replied, "Yes, Chief." Gu Nianji heard Hu Xiaoheng talking on the phone and asked in confusion. "Major General Hu, did Luo Zhelan want to marry you?" Who is Luo Zhelan? Hua Xiaoheng didn't want to hide it from Gu Nianji. Otherwise, he wouldn't have confronted her directly over the phone. He said calmly, Hua Zhelan changed her name. She moved out of my uncle's household register and took her mother's surname. Gu Nianji came back to her senses and was so agitated that her entire body trembled. Her eyes suddenly widened in anger. She wants to marry you. Why? Daring to covet her man, was she looking for death? Gu Nianji clenched her fists, and her face tensed up. She said expressionlessly, I think she forgot that Miss Song's lawsuit wasn't over yet. Song Jinning's lawsuit against Bai Jini would be followed by Hua Zhelan's abuse case. However, Hua Zhelan was quick to act and immediately followed grandfather Hua to Europe to relax with the Xie family. They were gone for more than a year, and the case was temporarily shelved. Hua Xiaoheng patted her head and said with a smile, We'll have to trouble our great lawyer Gu for the lawsuit. It also allowed Gu Nianji to vent her anger. Otherwise, anyone would dare to use the power of his muddle-headed elders to blackmail him. Did they really think that he, Hua Xiaoheng, wouldn't dare to touch grandfather Hua? Gu Nianji received Hua Xiaoheng's authorization and immediately said, There are two plaintiffs in this lawsuit. One is my grandmother's estate fund, and they want to sue Luo Zhelan for illegally occupying the Hua family's property. The other is Ms. Song. Gu Nianji paused and said word by word, I want to sue Luo Zhelan for attempted murder on behalf of Ms. Song. Abuse? Haha, the crime was too light. It wasn't enough to teach her a lesson that she would never forget. Objectively speaking, Luo Zhelan's abuse of Song Jinning belonged to the category of domestic violence. According to the severity of the case, she could only be sentenced to 3 years at most. Moreover, because Song Jinning hadn't been abused to death, it was considered mental abuse, so it was very likely that she wouldn't even have to go to jail. However, it was different to sue her for attempted murder. The maximum penalty could be the death penalty. Gu Nianji had already felt that suing Luo Zhelan for abuse was too easy on her. Now that Luo Zhelan was unrepentant and even had the delusion of marrying Hua Xiaoheng to avoid being sued and pursued for money, she couldn't blame Gu Nianji for destroying her dreams. Although it was more difficult to sue Luo Zhelan for attempted murder than to sue her for abuse, if it wasn't difficult, how could it show that Gu Nianji had a solid legal foundation? Gu Nianji smiled wickedly. Hua Xiaoheng curled his lips and looked at her with a fiery gaze. He loved Gu Nianji's energetic display of her talent the most. No matter what kind of person she was the treasure in his heart. Yes, I'll get the administrator of the estate fund to sign a permit for you. As for Miss Song, can you handle it yourself? As Hua Xiaoheng spoke, he sent a text message to Song Jinning to see if she could make a call online. As far as he knew, Song Jinning was already in the uninhabited birch forest in Tunguska, Siberia. Song Jinning replied to his message instantly, What's the matter? Hua Xiaoheng breathed a sigh of relief and replied, Nianji will send you a message. Because Vladimir was listening to their conversation behind them, Hua Xiaoheng didn't want to reveal too much about his family's affairs in front of outsiders. Gu Nianji also opened the WeChat conversation with Song Jinning and sent her a message. Miss Song, there's something I need to discuss with you. I hope I can get your permission. Song Jinning was shocked by such a polite and official tone, and she quickly replied. Miss Song, what's wrong? Is it little Nianji? Was it hacked? Thoughts are here, Miss Song, it's like this. Luo Zhelan, who used to be Hua Zhelan, convinced grandfather Hua to let her marry Major General Hua instead of me. Miss Song, what did you say? What did you say? That Alzheimer's bastard who cheated on his wife and angered her to death wants Hua Zhelan to marry my son. Nianji, wait, I can't take it anymore. Song Jinning switched out and opened her phone's contact list. She first found Hua Guanchen's number and dialed it. She thought that Huoxuanong dared to bring it up because that B** tch, Huoguanchin, was behind it. Huoguanchin and Huoxuanong were glaring at each other. How can you say that to Xiaoheng? I already said I don't agree. When Huoguanchin heard his phone ring again, he thought it was Huo Xiaoheng calling. He looked down and realized it was Song Jining. He immediately answered the call. Before he could say anything, Song Jining's angry voice came through the phone. Huoguanchin. If you interfere with my son's marriage again, I'll make Xiaoheng leave the Huo family too. Huoguanchin smiled bitterly. I didn't agree. Don't worry, they won't be able to get past me. Song Jining, you didn't agree. Did the old master act on his own? What do you think? I'm not even satisfied with Nianji. Do you think I'll like Luo Zhelan? Huoguanchin lowered his voice to comfort Song Jining. Jining, don't be angry. I'll never let Luo Zhelan marry Xiaoheng. Song Jining pondered for a moment before saying, Is the old man here? Let me have a word with the old man. Yes, Luo Zhelan is here too. Huoguanchin saw that Luo Zhelan and Huoxuanong's eyes were flickering. They looked like they were about to slip away, so he simply pressed the speakerphone and handed the phone to Huoxuanong. You're talking. It's Jining. I've turned on the speakerphone, so everyone can hear. Huoxuanong saw that he couldn't avoid it, so he coughed and said, Jining, here's the thing. You, Grandfather Hua, don't talk like that. We don't know each other well. Song Jining was furious. Head nurse Xiang is waiting for you in prison. Do you want to reunite with her in prison? These words poked at Huoxuanong's sore spot. He was furious. How dare you talk to me like that? Song Jining ignored him. She knew that Huoguanchin had turned on the speakerphone, so she turned to Luo Zhelan and said, And you, Luo Zhelan, we haven't settled the score from back then. Do you think I'm like Grandfather Hua and have dementia? I've forgotten what you did to me. Luo Zhelan was so scared that she trembled. She leaned close to Huoxuanong and said while trembling, Grandfather, I didn't mean to. I did it for my mother. A person who didn't save her mother can still stand up for her mother. Luo Zhelan, not everyone in the world is your mother. Even if you're mentally retarded, they still have to flatter and coax you. Song Jining said coldly, I won't say any more. Wait for my lawyer's letter. Song Jining hung up the phone and immediately sent a message to Gu Nianji. Ms. Song, little Nianji, I have full authority to entrust you as my lawyer. You can sue Luo Zhelan however you want. With their mother-in-law and daughter-in-law working together, was there anything in this world that they couldn't do? A lawsuit that couldn't be won. This was today's third update, chapter 1247, when mother-in-law and daughter-in-law work together, I own the world. Please give me a wave of monthly votes and recommendation votes. Good night, sweethearts. Chapter 1258. After obtaining Song Jining's authorization, Gu Nianji was finally able to vent her pent-up anger. She immediately found the lawyer's agent contract template from her cloud folder and sent it to Song Jining. Nianzi is here, Ms. Song, sign the agent contract and send it to my email after scanning it. Don't worry about the rest. Wait for me to send the lawyer's letter and court subpoena. Song Jining was very confident in Gu Nianji's professional abilities. She replied immediately. Ms. Song, okay, I'll sign it right away. Are you coming to Tunguska with Xiaoheng? I can give it to you in person. Gu Nianji, damn, she was so excited just now that she forgot that Song Jining was in Tunguska, Siberia, Russia, and not in the Huaxia Empire's imperial capital's Institute of High Energy Physics. Gu Nianji quickly typed a string of happy JPG icons and sent it over. In the Hua family's mansion in the Huaxia Empire's imperial capital's military compound, Huoguanchin looked coldly at Huoxuanong, who was about to faint, and said mercilessly, "If you continue to interfere in Xiaoheng's matter, I won't show mercy anymore." Hu Xuanong had just been scolded by Song Jining using head nurse Zhang, so he was furious. He slammed his walking stick on the ground and said angrily, "You won't show mercy. What do you want? I'm your biological father. You still want to have a future after dealing with your own father. I think you, the director of the political department, will also be fired." Ha! Huo Guanchen laughed. "You're my biological father, but I still have my biological mother. I've hidden so many things from the Xia family all these years from my biological father. Don't think that I don't know just because I didn't tell you before." Hu Xuanong shivered when he heard the Xia family mentioned. He didn't dare to act like an old father in front of Huo Guanchen anymore. His eyes wandered and he stammered, Hide what? I've already told the Xia family that I've let your mother down. What else do they want? It's as simple as just saying sorry." Huo Guanchen snorted, but Luo Zhelan's eyes darted around. Huo Guanchen didn't want her to eavesdrop, so he didn't continue. He only said, "I don't know what they want, but I know that a few uncles are still alive. They have the best relationship with my mother. When my mother died, they were so angry that they all fell ill. It's not like you don't know that. Hu Xuanong, I'll still say the same thing. You're already retired. Just stay at home and enjoy your remaining years. No one will make life difficult for you." Huo Guanchen said coldly, "But if you want to interfere and act like you're the head of a family, think about whether you deserve it first." These words were already very harsh. Hu Xuanong flew into a rage out of humiliation, and his face turned purple. Luo Zhelan quickly held his arm and said worriedly, "Grandfather, are you feeling unwell? Let's go back to the room first and call the doctor for a checkup." Hu Xuanong nodded weakly and closed his eyes. However, Huo Guanchen stopped them. "Luo Zhelan, you're no longer a member of the Huo family, and you still have a lawsuit to fight with my ex-wife. It's not convenient for you to stay here. Please pack your things and leave our house immediately." She lived in his house, ate his food, spent his money, abused his wife, and even wanted to marry his son. Did she think Huo Guanchen was an idiot and a sucker? Luo Zhelan didn't expect Huo Guanchen, who had always doted on her, to turn his back on her. Unable to hold it in, her tears fell uncontrollably. She sobbed and said, "Uncle, aren't you afraid that my father's spirit in heaven will look down on you for treating me like this? Your father has nothing to do with me." Huo Guanchen had always doted on Luo Zhelan because he thought she was the only child of his dead brother. He doted on her because he was doing his duty for his brother. It was also the lawsuit last year that made him realize that Luo Zhelan, whom he had doted on for so many years, wasn't his brother's daughter at all. Only then did Luo Zhelan realize that in order to successfully marry Hu Xiaoheng, she had taken the liberty to move her household registration out of Hu Guanyuan's and changed her name to Luo Zhelan, following her mother's surname. She had thought that this would clear the obstacles to marrying Hu Xiaoheng. However, Huo Guanchen's reaction was something she hadn't expected. Looking at Huo Guanchen with a complicated expression, Luo Zhelan asked him again, "Are you really going to be so heartless? I've been in this family for more than 20 years. I was born a member of the Huo family. Are you really going to kick me out?" These words made Huo Guanchen feel even more disgusted. "You said that you were born a member of the Huo family, and you've always thought of yourself as a member of the Huo family, but you came up with a rotten idea to marry your cousin? Tell me, how did you think of yourself as a member of the Huo family? Keep you waiting for the family to be in chaos. You caused the father and son to fall out with each other, and your family to be separated." Huo Guanchen rarely said such harsh words, but Luo Zhelan's actions had touched his bottom line. Huo Guanchen could still swallow the grudge between Song Jining and Huo Guanyuan, but Luo Zhelan had dared to plot against his son and try to put him in a disadvantageous position. He absolutely couldn't tolerate it. At Huo Guanqin's age, the weight of love was not as important as the affection between father and son. Besides, he had already lost Song Jining. Was he going to lose Huo Xiaoheng as well? Luo Zhelan was embarrassed by Huo Guanqin's words. She burst into tears and said, "Aren't you making fun of me? When I say that I'm a member of the Huo family, I mean that I've always thought of myself as a member of the Huo family, but I'm not related to Xiaoheng by blood. Why can't I marry him? If my father was still alive, he would definitely agree. You're bullying me for having no parents." Ha! Huo Guanqin kicked over the coffee table in the middle of the living room in frustration. "If my big brother was still alive and found out that you abused Song Jining, do you believe that he would slap you to death?" Luo Zhelan didn't know how hot-tempered and powerful his big brother was, but Huo Guanqin knew it very well. Back then, in the military competition, his big brother, Huo Guanyuan, was the champion of the military competition at the age of 20. He carried back one banner after another for the army. Not only was he a good marksman, but he could also operate all kinds of weapons. He also knew how to fly fighter jets and tanks, and his hand-to-hand combat skills were also top-notch. Back then, during a military competition, he fought with a national martial arts champion in the ring and almost strangled him to death with a strangle. Huo Guanqin had always looked up to his big brother. Later, he had his own son, Huo Xiaoheng. He realized that his son's talent was not inferior to his big brother's, and was even better. He shifted all his hopes to Huo Xiaoheng, nurtured him carefully, and was strict with him. He never treated him kindly like an ordinary father, and wished that he could surpass his big brother as soon as possible. In the end, his big brother died before his son could grow up. From the day his big brother died, Huo Guanqin had truly matured. He took on the heavy burden of the family, and took good care of his big brother's wife and daughter. No. My father loves me the most. He would never hit me for another woman. Deep down, Luo Zhelan actually yearned for a father's love. However, when she was young, Huo Guanyuan wasn't at home all year round and had always been out on missions. Luo Zhelan's impression of him was very vague, but this couldn't stop her from treating Huo Guanyuan as her biological father in her heart. Moreover, Huo Guanyuan was indeed good to her. His funds stated that half of the proceeds would be given to her mother, Luo Xinchue. After Luo Xinchue passed away, it fell into Luo Zhelan's hands. After so many years, the proceeds had already become a very considerable amount of wealth. Last year, Song Jining suddenly recovered from her illness and sued by Genie to jail. It was also revealed that Luo Zhelan wasn't Huo Guanyuan's biological daughter. At that time, she had wanted to leave the Huo family with her own fund and live on her own. Gu Nianji wanted to pursue her responsibility for abusing Song Jining and take back the fund left behind by the Xia family's grandmother. That was why she was so busy. She couldn't lose the fund, and she couldn't get into a lawsuit. Fortunately, the Zhang family was in trouble at that time, and grandfather Huo was heartbroken. She used the opportunity to take care of him to persuade him to go to Europe with her to apologize to the Xia family and relax at the same time. After planning for nearly a year, she really didn't expect that in the end, not only would Song Jining not agree, but even Huo Guanqin, who had always treated her like his daughter, wouldn't agree. Whether or not my big brother will hit you depends on what you've done. My big brother is a person who separates public and private interests. Huo Guanqin curled his lips in disdain and waved his hand to orderly. Go up and collect all of Luo Zhelan's things and let her take them away. For the next 5 minutes, I don't want to see this person or anything related to this person in my house again. Yes, sir. Of course, Huo Guanqin's orderly only listened to Huo Guanqin's orders. Uncle Huo, are you serious? Luo Zhelan's face darkened. I'll ask you again, are you really going to kick me out of the house for Gu Nianji and Huo Xiaoheng? Huo Guanqin didn't answer her at all. He sat on the sofa and didn't look up from the newspaper. I hope you don't regret what you said today. Luo Zhelan threw out a harsh sentence and ran up to pack her things. Hu Xuaneng wanted to stop Luo Zhelan, but when he saw Hu Guanchen's expression and thought about the Xie family, he shrunk his neck and went upstairs with a sigh. 5 minutes later, 5 or 6 boxes of various sizes beside Luo Zhelan were thrown outside the Hu family's house. An orderly drove over in a small pickup truck and escorted her and her boxes out of the military compound. Miss Luo, where are you going? The orderly was still very polite to Luo Zhelan. Luo Zhelan also had her own place in the imperial capital, but she didn't want to go back now. She said stiffly, "Drop me off at the hotel in front." She arrogantly asked the orderly to help her bring all the boxes to the hotel room before she said, "Go back and tell your chief that I'll go back to see grandfather if I have the chance." The orderly scoffed and didn't say anything else. He turned around and left. Luo Zhelan was so angry at the orderly that she almost fainted. She had just left the Hu family, and these lowly soldiers were already giving her a hard time. Luo Zhelan gritted her teeth as she stared at the orderlies retreating back. She snorted coldly and slammed the door shut. The scenery on the road from Moscow to Siberia was beautiful. In early summer, everything grew and flowers bloomed. Gu Nianji opened her eyes and looked out the window at the scenery. She was in a great mood. The car drove for a day and a night before arriving at Ekaterina Castle. This was a city named after Empress Ekaterina. The surroundings were filled with lush white birch forests. The sky was blue like a transparent sapphire, and the flat forest in the distance was like a natural oil painting. Gu Nianji stretched and said to Hu Xiaoheng, who had just opened his eyes, "Good morning." The driver in the front seat was snoring loudly. Vladimir, who was driving, glared at him in disdain. He was about to wake him up when he suddenly caught a glimpse of a figure flashing through the birch forest by the roadside from the corner of his eye. The KGB's many years of professionalism made Vladimir feel that something was wrong. But then he remembered that this was the KGB's car. There weren't many people in Russia who would dare to openly oppose the KGB, right? He was still considering whether to stop the car and find a place to eat breakfast or continue driving forward. Hu Xiaoheng also noticed the situation in the birch forest by the roadside. He was a little more vigilant than Vladimir. He turned his head to take a look, and his pupils suddenly contracted. He quickly said in Russian, "Speed up. Get down." Vladimir reflexively stepped on the accelerator, and then his entire body slid down from the car seat. At the same time, Hu Xiaoheng pounced over to hug Gu Nianji and lay down in the back seat together. At that moment, a few muffled gunshots came from the birch forest. The bullets were like rapidly spinning probes. They instantly broke the bulletproof glass on the left side of the Jeep and flew out of the right side window, piercing through the entire car. This was the first major chapter of the day, chapter 1248, Sweeping Out. The second chapter was at 1 in the afternoon, and the third chapter was at 8 in the evening. Mwah. Chapter 1259. What's going on? What's going on? The middle-aged driver, who had been sleeping just now, woke up from his dream and raised his head abruptly. "Get down. You piece of trash. Get down." Vladimir had to hold the steering wheel as he cowered under the seat. He couldn't see the road ahead at all. Fortunately, this was a one-way lane, so he didn't have to worry about an oncoming car. The middle-aged driver immediately unbuckled his seatbelt and planned to slide to the open space in front of the car to hide. However, the other party seemed to have locked onto the people in the car. As soon as he moved, a bullet suddenly pierced through the front window. It flew over Vladimir's head, and hit the middle-aged driver in the back. The middle-aged driver let out a blood-curdling scream and fell forward with a thud. He was so big that the entire Jeep almost jumped when he moved. Gu Nianji heard the sound of the bullet piercing through the window and the middle-aged driver's scream. Her heart sank, and she quickly hugged Hu Xiaoheng tightly and pulled him down with all her might, afraid that he would also be hit by the bullet. If possible, she wished she could take the bullet for Hu Xiaoheng herself. For so many years, Hu Xiaoheng had been the one covering for others and taking the bullet for others. This time, he was being protected by the girl he loved. His heart warmed. Although he was being hunted by an unknown force, he didn't panic at all. He lowered his head and kissed Gu Nianji's nervous little face. He smiled and said, "Do you want to see me perform a magic trick?" Gu Nianji, was Hu Xiaoheng scared out of his wits? Gu Nianji thought to herself. Just as she was about to tell him not to joke at a time like this, she heard Hu Xiaoheng say to Vladimir, "Give me the pistol." Vladimir, he still wanted to resist. "I don't have a pistol. I drove you guys to play, so why would I bring a pistol? Your partner has already been shot. If you don't want everyone to die together, you'd better give me a gun right away," Hu Xiaoheng said bluntly. Vladimir glared at the middle-aged driver next to him and reluctantly took out a gun. He threw it into Hu Xiaoheng's hand in the back seat and said stubbornly, "Don't tell me you didn't bring a gun." Hu Xiaoheng smiled. "It's in the suitcase. It needs to be assembled, so I didn't bring it with me." With that, he pressed Gu Nianji down with one hand and made her lie on the seat, unable to move. He quietly got up and casually raised his gun to aim at the bullet hole in the window. Narrowing his eyes, he pulled the trigger without hesitation. Bang 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 bang. He fired all 12 bullets in the pistol in one go. His marksmanship was indeed marvelous. Almost in the blink of an eye, there was no movement in the birch forest beside the road. The bullets that were still shooting out suddenly disappeared without a trace. Vladimir took advantage of this time to step on the accelerator and drive the jeep like a racing car, rushing forward with all his might. They drove for a whole day, and the car was almost out of gas. Only then did they slow down and start looking for a gas station. Hu Xiaoheng finally let go. Gu Nianji was pressed against the seat by him, and her arms were almost broken. Later, as the jeep sped along, the jolting was like a cradle, and she fell asleep unknowingly. When she woke up, it was dusk. The cold air poured in through the broken window, and Gu Nianji shivered. Looking down, she saw that she was still covered by Hu Xiaoheng's coat. Looking up slightly, she saw that Hu Xiaoheng was only wearing a black custom-made shirt. The crisp style made his figure look straight and sharp, tall and aloof. He was looking out of the window warily. "Are you okay?" Gu Nianji asked and struggled to sit up. Vladimir was still driving in front. Gu Nianji remembered that the middle-aged driver seemed to have been shot in the morning. She quickly asked, "Where's Uncle Ivan?" Ivan was the driver's name. "Look, he's still here." Vladimir pouted at the seat next to him. Gu Nianji poked her head forward and saw the middle-aged driver lying motionless on the seat. There was an eye-catching hole in the back of his shirt. It was probably a bullet hole. She was dumbfounded and said anxiously, "He was shot, wasn't he? He was shot, wasn't he? Why didn't you send him to the hospital? How long has it been? He wasn't dead, was he?" Vladimir and Hu Xiaoheng didn't say anything. The middle-aged driver was still lying motionless. Gu Nianji was about to burst into tears. She said to Vladimir, "What are you waiting for? Where's the hospital here? We'll send him in right away." Vladimir sneered and punched the middle-aged driver, who was lying next to him pretending to be dead. "That's enough, get up." The middle-aged driver let out a burst of laughter and sat up straight. He turned around proudly and said, "Serious, I'm fine." Gu Nianji's eyes widened. "But you were clearly shot." The middle-aged driver pulled his clothes to both sides, revealing the bulletproof vest inside. "Look, with this baby, those bullets don't work on me." "Stop bragging," Hu Xiaoheng said calmly. The bullets used by the other party were armor-piercing bullets. If it weren't for the bulletproof glass blocking it, it wouldn't have been a problem for them to pierce through your bulletproof vest. Vladimir was still laughing, but now he stopped smiling and said gloomily, "They actually dared to attack us. I think this is another group of F*King people who are tired of living and want to die." When they didn't need to hide their identities, they would use the public license plate numbers. They all started with KGB, and the Russian people knew about them. If they drove such a car, it meant that they were from the KGB. They still dared to provoke them. Did they eat a bear's heart or a leopard's gall? The middle-aged driver was also very angry. He shouted in a loud voice, "They hit me. I'm injured." Then he nagged at Vladimir. "I was injured on the job, right? You have to reimburse me for my medical expenses when we get back. Also, I'm going to the hospital for treatment and recuperation in the scenic area. You have to give me an allowance. If it's a job injury, my salary will not change during the recuperation period, including bonuses." Gunyenji, where was he injured? Was it his brain? Vladimir caught a glimpse of Gunyenji's dumbfounded expression from the corner of his eye. He felt very embarrassed, but he couldn't refute the middle-aged driver's words. He could only say impatiently, "We'll talk about it when we get back." After a while, he asked again, "Are you okay?" She was still very worried about the middle-aged driver. Although he had a bulletproof vest, just as Hu Xiaoheng had said, the other party had used armor-piercing bullets. What if he was injured? The middle-aged driver rubbed his shoulder and grimaced. The bulletproof vest didn't penetrate, but the penetrating force was too strong. "I feel like my bones were broken." "Vladimir," Hu Xiaoheng said calmly, "it's indeed very likely that his bones were injured. Vladimir, why don't we take him here to find a hospital for a checkup?" Vladimir came back to his senses and spat at the middle-aged driver. "You're just trying to cheat me of a paid vacation." The middle-aged driver chuckled. "I'm injured anyway." The two of them teased each other and continued on their way. Before the sky turned dark, they still couldn't find a place to refuel. They walked for 2 days and 1 night and had already entered the Siberian region. The temperature at night had dropped significantly. The car window had a hole in it, so it couldn't keep out the cold at all. The air conditioner couldn't be used either. The key was that there wasn't much gas left. Before they found a gas station, the air conditioner couldn't be used even if it could be used. "Why don't we find a place and rest here for the night?" Vladimir was at his wit's end. He took out his phone and began to search for a nearby gas station. However, this place was too remote and the phone signal wasn't good. Vladimir couldn't find anything. Seeing this, Gunyenji took out her phone and searched. The Nandu satellite communication system was too powerful. Gunyenji's phone had no problem going online and making calls. She searched and found a gas station about 2 miles away. "This way. We'll be able to refuel in another 2 miles. Gunyenji showed Vladimir the route. Vladimir breathed a sigh of relief and quickly drove towards the gas station. The sky was already completely dark. A half-moon hung in the starry sky of Siberia. In the vast wilderness, the wind blew through the birch forest, causing it to whistle loudly. The brightly lit gas station in front of them was very eye-catching in the dark. The tall sign of the 7-Eleven convenience store was waiting for them to approach. Gunyenji shrunk her neck and mumbled, "It's so cold. I'll get you your coat when we refuel later." Hu Xiaoheng hugged her and kissed her face to warm her with his body temperature. The middle-aged driver and Vladimir were caught off guard and were stuffed with a mouthful of dog food. The two of them rubbed their noses and got out of the car, one on the left and one on the right. One went to refuel, while the other stood guard. Their suitcases were piled in the back of the jeep. Hua Xiaoheng reached into the back of the jeep and took out the Burberry military uniform coat that he had bought for Gu Nianji from the suitcase. He also brought the leather boots over for her to change into. Gu Nianji put on the woolen-lined coat and instantly felt warm. She rubbed her hands together and smiled. It would be perfect if there was a cup of hot cocoa. Hua Xiaoheng also wanted to get out of the car and take a look around. He nodded. Wait here, I'll go buy it. There was a convenience store at the gas station that sold some food, drinks and tobacco. Hua Xiaoheng got out of the car and walked under the moonlight to the brightly lit convenience store. However, when he was about to reach the door, he stopped. He saw a few figures flash past in the moonlight in front of the door. He could clearly see that one of them was carrying a gun on his back. Judging from the shape, it should be a semi-automatic submachine gun. This was the second update of the day, Chapter 1249, Meeting Your Match. It was 8:00 in the evening. Mwah. Chapter 1260. Hua Xiaoheng hesitated for a second. Without batting an eyelid, he shifted his footsteps and quickly disappeared into the shadows of the pillar in front of the convenience store. The criminals hiding in the convenience store, ready to wait for him to enter, suddenly realized that there was no one outside. One of them rubbed his eyes and looked out the door. It was still quiet, and the moonlight shone on the ground. Not far away, the jeep was refueling, and the tall man who had just walked towards them had disappeared without a trace. Hua Xiaoheng's movements were so fast that before these people could react, he had already disappeared. It was as if he had vanished into thin air. What should we do? That person is too shrewd. Did he discover us? Impossible, right? We didn't go out at all. I'll give it a try, the few people in the room whispered to each other through the walkie-talkie in the lowest possible voices. Hua Xiaoheng observed for a while. Seeing that the other party was still not moving, he planned to leave quietly. Bang! 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 The sound of a sniper rifle with a silencer rang out beside his feet. Then, it stirred up a cloud of dust in front of the convenience store. The other party was probing. Hua Xiaoheng hurriedly stopped and continued to hide behind the pillar. He was in a small corridor in front of the convenience store. There were several thick wavy beams at the top of the corridor. It was an open roof. The moonlight shone through the gaps between the beams, leaving mottled marks on the ground. Hua Xiaoheng tried his best not to let the other party discover his presence. But the muffled gunshots were exceptionally clear in the quiet Siberian night sky. Vladimir and the driver, who were refueling, heard the gunshots and immediately pulled out their guns to retaliate. A gunfight in a gas station could be dangerous. Therefore, the two of them only fired a few shots. When they saw that the other party did not move, they stopped shooting. They just hid and watched the movements of the convenience store. The middle-aged driver whispered, "Is it the group of people on the road this morning?" Vladimir nodded. "I guess it's a group of people." They had been running for a whole day, thinking that they had gotten rid of those people, but they were still waiting for them here. These people are quite smart. They knew that we needed to refuel, so they calculated the distance and waited for us at this gas station. He suddenly remembered that Gu Nianji was still in the car, so he quickly poked his head out and knocked on the window. Gu Nianji looked at him in confusion. "Come down quickly." The other party had caught up to them again. It's even more dangerous to shoot in the middle of a gas station. The middle-aged driver desperately gestured and mouthed to Gu Nianji. If there was an explosion in the gas station, their jeep would definitely be engulfed in flames. Gu Nianji understood and suddenly remembered Hua Xiaoheng, who had gone to the convenience store because she wanted hot cocoa. Gu Nianji's heart skipped a beat, and she practically threw open the car door to get out. "Where's Hua Xiao?" The driver silently pointed in the direction of the convenience store. Gu Nianji whipped her head around to look at the mottled moonlight at the entrance of the convenience store and the brightly lit interior. Where was the shadow of a person? They're hiding. Don't worry, Major General Hua is fine. The middle-aged driver comforted her carefully and pulled her behind him. The driver, who was short and broad like a bear, was able to block 3 people like Gu Nianji, so of course it was safe to hide behind him. However, Gu Nianji was worried about Hu Xiaoheng and said anxiously, "I'll call him back." "Let's go." "Is the car full of gas?" Almost there, almost there." Vladimir whispered from the side, "But even if we leave, the other party won't let us go. We ran away in the morning and ran for a day and night, but the other party kept chasing us. So do you think running away will work?" Gu Nianji was speechless, but she couldn't watch Hu Xiaoheng be in danger and do nothing. Her mind was racing, and her gaze fell on the suitcase in the back of the jeep. She and Hu Xiaoheng each had one. Hu Xiaoheng had said that he had a gun, but it was in the suitcase and not on him. However, she remembered that she didn't see anything shaped like a gun in Hu Xiaoheng's suitcase. If Hu Xiaoheng wasn't lying, then he should have brought parts that could be assembled into a gun. Gu Nianji gestured to the middle-aged driver to open the back door. The middle-aged driver didn't understand and looked at her in confusion. Gu Nianji was about to explain, but Hu Xiaoheng had already retreated. A series of gunshots rang out in the silent night sky like frying beans. Gu Nianji stuck her head out and saw Hu Xiaoheng running extremely fast. He was as fast as lightning under the moonlight, and in the blink of an eye, he was beside her and the middle-aged driver. Hu Xiaoheng didn't say anything. He opened the back of the car with one hand and took out his suitcase. With the bulletproof jeep in the way, Hu Xiaoheng opened his suitcase, took out the parts he had put in the suitcase, and quickly assembled them. In less than 10 seconds, a miniature submachine gun with an infrared night vision scope was born in Hu Xiaoheng's hands. Vladimir saw it and held it in for a long time before saying, "In our country, it's illegal for foreigners to carry guns. Stop talking. Just pretend you didn't see it." Gu Nianji retorted bluntly to Vladimir. "Do you have such a gun?" Gu Nianji's gaze slid over the small pistols in the hands of the 2 KGB agents. They were all semi-automatic weapons, and their firepower was definitely superior to the small pistols. The middle-aged driver closed his eyes and muttered, "I didn't see it." "I didn't see anything, Vladimir," Gu Nianji continued. "If Hu Xiao didn't have a gun, would we have been able to defeat those bandits?" The middle-aged driver opened his eyes. "How did you know they were bandits?" "They dared to attack the KGB's car." "Are they regular soldiers?" Gu Nianji scoffed. Vladimir rubbed his nose and glared at the middle-aged driver. Hu Xiaoheng held the gun in one hand and held up a bullet in the other. He had picked it up at the entrance of the convenience store. He said to the 2 KGB agents, "Judging from their fighting methods, strategies, weapons, and bullets, they should be members of the Russian mafia." Vladimir and the middle-aged driver's expressions changed at the same time. "Are you sure?" The Russian mafia was a special mafia that was famous on the entire blue planet. After the collapse of the Soviet Union, the government's control over the country fell to its lowest point. It was at this time that the Russian mafia came into being and filled the power gap. They were different from the small-scale gangs in other countries when they first developed. They had a very high starting point from the beginning. Because they started off by smuggling weapons. When the former Soviet Union collapsed, many places lost their governments overnight. It was unknown how many weapons had ended up in the hands of the commoners. From small AK-47 assault rifles, RGP-7 rocket launchers, to large T-34 tanks, MiG-15 fighter jets, to strategic weapons, Katyusha rocket launchers, and even nuclear materials and small nuclear bombs, they sold them all on the blue planet. The former Soviet Union's weapons were sophisticated, durable, and especially lethal. It could be said that after the Russian mafia stepped onto the stage of modern history, the firepower of the mafia on the entire blue planet had risen to a huge level. Many mafia bosses in small countries even stepped onto the political stage and became national leaders. They relied on their powerful weapons that were comparable to the regular army of the former Soviet Union. But all of this had become history after President Putin came to power in Russia. President Putin was a world-famous strongman with an iron fist and was once the commander of the KGB. With him taking action and the backing of the most powerful KGB, the Russian mafia was torn apart overnight and no longer had the powerful ability to act as before. Russia had not long ago seized all the weapons of the Russian mafia. The various guns and ammunition that piled up into a small mountain amazed the Russians. They dared to go against the KGB. Do you want us to encircle and annihilate them again? Vladimir cursed in a low voice. Hua Xiaoheng didn't reply. He turned around and leaned against the body of the jeep. He raised his gun and aimed at the convenience store. With a bang, he fired and first extinguished the incandescent light at the entrance of the convenience store. Then, he aimed at the wires pulled out from the roof of the convenience store. Bang! With a gunshot, the wires crackled and flashed with a few sparks, and then the entire convenience store fell into darkness. It turned out that Hua Xiaoheng had broken the wires with one shot. The driver was so shocked that his eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. He stammered, This is a gas station. You'll cause a big explosion. If a single spark fell into the oil depot, they would all be finished. I know what I'm doing. Hua Xiaoheng didn't even raise his head. He looked through the infrared night vision scope. A few figures gradually appeared in the cross-shaped scope. They're out. You guys get in the car and get ready to leave. Hua Xiaoheng waved his hand. He had already become the leader of the four. Even Vladimir couldn't help but obey his orders. The middle-aged driver went around the back of the car and quickly pulled the gas gun out of the jeep's refueling hole. He put it back in its original position and hung it up. Just as they retreated to the back of the car and were about to open the door to get in, they heard a bang. The jeep in front of them suddenly jumped, and then the entire car tilted. One of the tires had been blown out. Of course, the car with only 3 wheels left couldn't be driven away. Hua Xiaoheng made a prompt decision and took out Gu Nianji's suitcase from the car. He stuffed both suitcases into Gu Nianji's hands and said calmly, Drag it. Use it as a shield if necessary. Gu Nianji nodded and stood behind Hua Xiaoheng with one suitcase in each hand. Hua Xiaoheng said to Vladimir and the driver in Russian, We'll split up and meet up at 3:00 in the birch forest ahead. Let's see who the other party is going to deal with. If they were going to deal with the KGB, then they wouldn't be chasing after Hua Xiaoheng and the others. If they were going to deal with Hua Xiaoheng and Gu Nianji, then Vladimir and the driver could escape and find reinforcements. This was the third update of the day, Chapter 1250, The Other Party's Target. P.S. Tomorrow is Monday. Don't forget your recommendation votes, my dear ones. Kiss, my dear ones. Chapter 1261. Of course, there was another if that Hua Xiaoheng didn't say. Looking ahead again, Hua Xiaoheng held a gun in one hand and held Gu Nianji's arm in the other. He quickly retreated north, far away from the jeep that was acting as cover. Gu Nianji dragged her suitcase with both hands and stumbled behind Hua Xiaoheng. The other party probably didn't expect the sudden darkness in front of the gas station. Seeing the 4 people disappear from their sight, these people panicked and rushed out of the convenience store. After coming out, they realized that they had been too rash. They quickly hid behind the pillar in front of the door to observe the situation in front. After their eyes adapted to the darkness, they quickly saw the situation in front of them with the help of the moonlight. The jeep was still parked in the gas station. Their sniper had blown up the tires just now, so the 4 people definitely wouldn't drive away. But now there was only the jeep parked there. Where were the 4 people? Did they disappear into thin air again? These people panicked and began to call for air support. Why aren't you guys making a move? The target has already escaped. If you don't make a move now, we'll all starve together. Soon, there was a buzzing sound in the air. Small drones flew up from behind the convenience store and flew towards the gas station. These small drones were obviously used for reconnaissance, but from the looks of it, they weren't military products. They were probably civilian drones with high-definition cameras and perhaps far-infrared devices. It was hard to say how far they could see in the dark. Hu Xiaoheng had already led Gu Nianji into the birch forest north of the gas station. It was early summer, and the leaves in the birch forest were thick. When the wind blew, the leaves rustled. It was impossible for the other party's drones to fly here. As soon as they arrived, they would be caught by the dense branches that shot out from the forest like a spider's web. Gu Nianji stood beside Hu Xiaoheng, panting. She whispered. Major General Hu, why are we acting separately from Vladimir and the others? They had fewer people compared to the enemy, and they were split into 2 teams. It would be easy for the enemy to take them down one by one. Hu Xiaoheng looked ahead vigilantly. Without lowering his head, he whispered, what do you think? Gu Nianji. I just went to the convenience store to buy hot cocoa for you. Before I entered the store, I saw someone lying in ambush. Maybe they didn't expect me to walk over directly, so they didn't hide well and let me discover them in advance. Gu Nianji nodded. You mean there's an ambush inside? Yes. Hu Xiaoheng changed his location and continued to observe the movements at the gas station. They have a lot of people, and they're well armed. Plus, they're at a gas station. We can't fight them head-on. If they forced the other party into a corner and decided to die together with them, none of them would be able to escape the fire and explosion of the gas station. Therefore, the most important thing now was to leave the gas station. But we don't have many people to begin with. If we stay with Vladimir and the others, Gu Nianji didn't give up. She felt that they were all in the same boat at this time, so they should help each other and get through this together. Hu Xiaoheng narrowed his eyes. You trust them that much? What if this has something to do with them? In addition to distracting the enemy's attention and firepower, there was another reason why he said to split up. He didn't say that he wanted to get away from the 2 KGB agents' surveillance. What if this was a thief crying thief? Hu Xiaoheng had been in this business for so many years. What hadn't he seen? All was fair in war. It wasn't just a literal metaphor. However, Gu Nianji was closer to Vladimir and the driver, so she instinctively objected. No way. This is too dangerous. Do they need to be so complicated to deal with us? It's hard to say. Maybe not, maybe not. I know you're talking about evidence, but my experience tells me that we can't trust anyone at this time. We can only trust each other. Hu Xiaoheng and Gu Nianji had different perspectives on the problem, and their starting points were also different. Also, think about it carefully. Why did those criminals only hit the tires at the gas station and not the gas tank directly? Gu Nianji. Because they didn't want Vladimir and Ivan to be implicated. Blowing up the tires was to give them a chance to escape. Hu Xiaoheng enunciated each word. Gu Nianji was silent for a moment. She criticized herself for being too emotional. Although she got along well with the 2 KGB agents, they were still KGB agents. She couldn't treat tigers as pet cats just because they knew how to act cute. But deep down, Gu Nianji still hoped that Vladimir and the driver weren't so dark. After all, she didn't think there was a real conflict of interest between them. Hu Xiaoheng knew that Gu Nianji was feeling bad, so he didn't bring up the topic. He raised his submachine gun and looked through the scope at the dozen or so small drones above the gas station opposite them. He turned around and put the two suitcases filled with a lot of clothes together, one in front of the other. He leaned against a soft haystack and said to Gunyenji, "Stay behind this suitcase and don't move. I'll go over there and see if I can shoot down these drones." Although these things weren't as powerful as the military drones, it was quite annoying to have them follow them like shadows. It was dark all around, and Gunyenji was a little afraid. However, she was even more afraid that Hu Xiaoheng would fight against 10 people alone and wouldn't be able to return. She grabbed his hand and whispered, "Can't you just shoot the drones here?" Hu Xiaoheng could tell that she was worried, so he pulled her over and lowered his head to kiss her forehead. "Be good, I'll be fine." They couldn't shoot here, and the other party would know their location as soon as they shot. Therefore, if he wanted to shoot those drones, he definitely couldn't do it where he and Gunyenji were hiding. Gunyenji understood, and her palms were sweating. "Then why don't you go somewhere else and shoot? Aren't you afraid that they'll know your location? It's more convenient for me to change positions alone." Hu Xiaoheng changed the magazine to a submachine gun and whispered, "The other party is a Russian mafia. The weapons in their hands are enough to compete with the regular army. I have to go and see what weapons they have." Because they were facing a Russian mafia, anything was possible. Their weapons were most likely very powerful. The most terrifying possibility was that the other party had an RPG-7 rocket launcher. That thing could hit the birch forest, and it would be accurate and create a sea of fire. Hu Xiaoheng didn't tell Gunyenji in detail, afraid that he would scare her. Under the moonlight, Gunyenji's little face was so pale that it glowed. He could tell that she was actually very scared, but in order not to worry him, she forced herself to be calm. Hu Xiaoheng felt a little sad. He, who had always acted decisively, felt a moment of reluctance. But soon, his natural instinct to destroy the enemy made him leave decisively. Hu Xiaoheng's strong figure, which was like a black panther, quickly disappeared into the dense forest of the birch forest. Gunyenji silently looked in the direction he disappeared in. She covered her pounding heart and slowly shrank behind the suitcase. She curled up into a ball and tried her best to reduce her presence. The second in command of the KGB, Vladimir, and the middle-aged driver took advantage of the night to quickly escape the gas station in the dark. His usually fat and sluggish body was now bursting with extraordinary mobility. It was the opposite direction of Hu Xiaoheng and Gunyenji. Hu Xiaoheng took Gunyenji north and entered the birch forest on the opposite side of the highway. Vladimir and the middle-aged driver went south, bypassing the gas station and the convenience store. They crossed the highway from the other side and entered the birch forest in the north. This could indeed distract the enemy's attention and firepower. However, there was a prerequisite for doing this, and that was that all 4 of them were the enemy's targets. If only 2 of them were the enemy's targets, they would be splitting their manpower and firepower by doing this. When the enemy's small drone hovered over the gas station, Vladimir and the middle-aged driver had already circled around to the woods behind the convenience store. As soon as the 2 of them circled around the back of the convenience store, they found 4 or 5 people operating the small drone in the backyard of the convenience store. The middle-aged driver stuck his head out to take a look and his eyes widened in surprise. He muttered, "They're quite well prepared." Vladimir's face darkened and he didn't say anything. He kicked him. "Don't make a sound. Hurry up and go." "Go where?" The middle-aged driver looked at him suspiciously. "Sirius and the others deliberately separated from us. Are you still going to meet up with them?" "Vladimir," he looked up and smiled. "I didn't expect you to be smart for once. You knew that Major General Hu deliberately left us behind." T. The middle-aged driver instantly revealed his true colors. "They're suspecting you. Speak. Did you bring these people here?" Vladimir was so angry at the middle-aged driver that his nose was crooked. "F*ck your great-grandmother. Which eye of yours can tell that these people are related to me? The middle-aged driver still looks suspicious. Not only do Sirius and the others suspect you, even I suspect you. You've always had a lot of tricks up your sleeves. Besides, how can I tell that you're related to them? Vladimir was so angry that he went crazy. He strangled the middle-aged driver's neck. F***ck your mother's sh**t. If these people were related to me, would I have let them attack at the gas station? If I wasn't careful, I would have killed myself. Do you have any common sense? The middle-aged driver rolled his eyes from being strangled by him and quickly apologized. I know. I've wronged you. Can you let go? Humph. Vladimir let go of his hand, but kicked the middle-aged driver again. You've never used your cleverness in the right place. I'm not smart. The middle-aged driver rubbed his throat. I'm just a little more meticulous than others. Pfft. You're a careless person, and you still have the cheek to say that you're meticulous. Ha, forget it if you don't believe me. The middle-aged driver looked at Vladimir. You always secretly compare the likes on your WeChat with me. Do you think I don't know? Vladimir, after a while, he flew into a rage out of humiliation. Shut up. I'm going to contact the KGB headquarters in Moscow now. You're in charge of keeping watch. The middle-aged driver froze for a moment. You're only contacting them now. How dare you say that this has nothing to do with you? I say, boss, you can't do this. Sirius is so good to us. How could you have the heart to set up a trap to lie to her? I despise you for 10,000 years. It's none of your business. Vladimir was too lazy to explain. He just wanted to see how many tricks Hu Shaoheng had up his sleeves. This was the first chapter of the day, chapter 1251, Despise You for 10,000 Years. The second chapter was at 1 p.m., and the third chapter was at 8 p.m. Today was Monday, and I forgot to vote for my friend's recommendation form. P.S. Thank you to Only Reading Makes You Happy in Life for your 10,000 Chidian coins the day before yesterday. Mwah. Chapter 1262. Vladimir didn't believe that Hu Shaoheng would dare to follow the two KGB agents without bringing anyone with him. He didn't care about the robbers who were hiding in the birch forest and shooting. It wasn't until they set up an ambush at the gas station convenience store that Vladimir realized he had underestimated them. Did Hu Shaoheng really not bring anyone with him? Vladimir muttered to himself as he took out the KGB special phone and contacted the headquarters in Moscow. Comrade Eugene, we've run into some trouble. Can you help us check if the gangs we're keeping an eye on have taken on the business of sniping foreigners recently? Yes, especially the Tomahawk gang. They're the most daring. Vladimir didn't want to mobilize a large force and alert all parties. The KGB's working style wasn't like this. Moreover, Hu Shaoheng's identity wasn't ordinary. If others found out that he was in danger in Russia, and that he was in danger with the KGB, they wouldn't be able to clear their names even if they fell into the Volga River. This was a major event that would cause serious international political disputes. Therefore, Vladimir chose to secretly investigate the origins of the gangs that were after them, and then directly find their boss to deal with their subordinates. This was also another way of subduing the enemy without a fight. After the call, Vladimir sent a text message to the operation team he was leading to assign a mission. Activate Emergency Action Plan at location, Novosibirsk. The specific coordinates are as follows. You need to carry light and heavy weapons just in case. Vladimir put away his phone and let out a long sigh. He turned around and saw that his partner was still poking his head out. He couldn't help but pat him on the head. What are you looking at? Be careful, they'll shoot you. Boss, look over there. I don't think that's right. The middle-aged driver looked in the direction of the small drone at the gas station in confusion. They left the gas station and headed towards the birch forest across the street. That seemed to be the place where they had agreed to meet up with Hu Xiaoheng and Gu Nianji. Although they didn't want to go over now, they couldn't just watch these people find where Hu Xiaoheng and Gu Nianji were. Vladimir clicked his tongue and muttered as he crawled out of his hiding place. That's all there is to it. Hu Xiaoheng was actually helpless against these drones. To think that he had such a high opinion of him. He lazily took out his pistol and aimed it at the drones. Just as he was about to shoot, a muffled gunshot came from a place not far from them. Bang! Not far away from the gas station, a drone that was about to fly toward the birch forest crashed with a thud. It fell from a high altitude and shattered into pieces in the open space not far from the gas station. The middle-aged driver's eyes widened and he gave Vladimir a thumbs up. "Boss, you're good." He killed a drone with one shot. "I haven't even fired yet." Vladimir gritted his teeth and said word by word, "This Major General Hua is really cunning." Before he could finish his sentence, they heard a few more gunshots from their side. The location of the gunshots was not quite the same as the previous ones. It seemed like the gunshots had moved, but they were closer to where they were. The middle-aged driver's head practically spun along with the gunshots as he laughed and counted, 2. Another one down. 3. Let's do it again. 4, 5, 6, 7. Holy shit. This is a moving target. 8, 9, 10. The entire army was wiped out. As the middle-aged driver counted, the gunmen practically circled around them and slipped away from behind them. Vladimir's expression suddenly changed. He pulled the middle-aged driver to the ground and lay on the ground. Then, he quickly rolled and said, "Get lost. We've been locked on." Almost as if to annotate Vladimir's words, the sound of gunfire poured towards them like raindrops. The criminals on the other side realized that their drones had been killed one by one, and the direction of the gunshots was coming from behind them. Without hesitation, they determined that the gunmen, who were the people they were chasing, were hiding behind them. Without another word, the snipers picked up their guns, and the others picked up their semi-automatic submachine guns. They fired at the place where Vladimir and the middle-aged driver were hiding. Fortunately, Vladimir reacted quickly. Before the other party could react, he pulled the middle-aged driver and rolled on the ground, leaving the small forest where they had been hiding. Only after rolling out of the small forest did they dare to get up and run for their lives. The gunshots behind them were sparse. Soon, a few more gunshots came from the opposite direction. The pursuers behind them had started fighting. The middle-aged driver suddenly understood. He grabbed Vladimir, who was running desperately, and said, "Boss, the one who fired just now was Major General Hua, right? He's covering our retreat now. Aren't we going back to support him? Support my *SS. Those criminals were chasing after his gunshots. How do you think these gunmen who were shooting at us found our direction?" Vladimir was exasperated that they didn't live up to his expectations. "Ha! No way." The middle-aged driver was shocked. "You mean, Major General Hua ran from the other side to our side to shoot at the drones? What do you think?" Vladimir rolled his eyes. He felt that with such a subordinate, his eyelids would age even faster. "That's true. Oh, how should I put it? I think it's still excusable." The middle-aged driver hesitated for a long time before finally getting to the point. "What did you say? Excusable? What's excusable about it? Tell me clearly." Vladimir couldn't take it anymore. He pointed in the direction of the gunshots. "Can't you tell? He wants our lives. But if he didn't come here to shoot the drones, but to the birch forest on the other side, Sirius would have been exposed." Those gangster gunmen are vicious and evil, so they would have scared Sirius. So I think it's okay for him to lure those gangster gunmen over. The middle-aged driver was really considerate of Gu Nianji. Even if Hu Xiaoheng lured the gangster gunmen over to their side, he didn't think it was a big deal. And we're men, so of course we have to protect women. So, boss, let's not run anymore. Let's fight with Major General Hua. After the middle-aged driver finished speaking, he pulled out his pistol and ran back. Come back. Ivan. I order you to come back. Vladimir was so angry that he almost stomped his feet. I'm leaving alone. Are you coming back or not? However, the middle-aged driver ran forward without looking back. He came to a place not far from Hu Xiaoheng and found a place to take cover. Then, he poked his head out and fired 4 or 5 shots in a row. Instantly, 4 or 5 gangster gunmen fell to the ground. Hu Xiaoheng looked at him in surprise. He didn't expect this guy to have the guts to come back to participate in the gunfight. He turned around and hid behind the dark tree trunk. The submachine gun equipped with the far-infrared night vision scope played a greater role at this time. Da-da-da-da. The sound of gunfire echoed in the quiet forest. The bright red tongues of fire were the only light in the dark forest, attracting moths to constantly pounce over, even if they were burned to ashes by the fire. Although the gangster gunmen also had infrared night vision glasses, they were completely inferior to Hu Xiaoheng in terms of use. Hu Xiaoheng was a soldier and had been a special forces soldier before. He had also been a fighter jet test pilot. No matter which army he was in, he was undoubtedly the best. Even the 2 KGB agents weren't as good at shooting as him. Because they weren't soldiers, they hadn't systematically practiced shooting. But the 2 KGB agents' marksmanship was still very accurate. Moreover, although the bullets of their pistols were relatively old, and because of the design deviation, the hit rate wasn't high. But the KGB's special bullets had a very special characteristic, and that was that they had very strong penetrating power. They could even penetrate bulletproof vests when they faced each other. By the time Vladimir came back expressionlessly, the middle-aged driver had already killed 3 or 4 gangster gunmen. Ha! Didn't you leave? Why are you back? The middle-aged driver didn't think too much about it. He thought that Vladimir was here to steal the credit. You're not dead, so how can I leave? Vladimir rolled his eyes again and kicked him at the same time. Make way over there. Let me do it. Vladimir took out a very long pistol from his pocket and aimed it at the gangster gunmen who were swarming over. Watch carefully. Vladimir was expressionless. He raised his arm flat, as if he was in a shooting range, and fired all the bullets at the opponent in an instant. This was today's second update, Chapter 1252, very okay. It was 8:00 in the evening, the third update. Today was Monday. My friends forgot to vote for the recommendation form. Mwah. Chapter 1263. The sound of bullets was like the sound of a dull blower. It was nothing compared to the sound of the birch forest. 7 or 8 gangster gunmen who had rushed over were knocked down, and soon there were only 6 or 7 people left. They were obviously stunned because they realized that there seemed to be more than one person shooting. There were 3 places where shots rang out at the same time. In other words, there were 3 people shooting at the same time, and there were only 4 people on the other side. This meant that at least one of the 2 KGB members was involved in the battle. The gangster gunmen nervously contacted each other. They didn't want to clash head-on with the KGB. Hu Xiaoheng took advantage of their daze to calmly raise the submachine gun in his hand and aim at the gangster gunmen in the cross-shaped field of vision through the infrared night vision scope. After a few gunshots, the remaining 6 or 7 gunmen also fell to the ground. The middle-aged driver was overjoyed. He couldn't stop giving Hu Xiaoheng a thumbs up. He gestured at Hu Xiaoheng and then at Vladimir. Vladimir couldn't bear to watch any longer. He grabbed his thumb and twisted it hard. The middle-aged driver held back the scream that almost escaped his mouth. He pushed Vladimir away and retreated to the side to comfort his almost broken thumb. Hu Xiaoheng gestured to them, then disappeared into the darkness with his back bent. Vladimir nodded and didn't chase after him. Instead, he pushed the middle-aged driver and said, "We have to find a place to spend the night. The operation team won't be here until tomorrow." As for Hu Xiaoheng and Gu Nianji, Vladimir didn't plan to be with them for the time being. Hu Xiaoheng was on guard against them, and Vladimir didn't completely trust Hu Xiaoheng either. Probably only the two fools, Sirius and Ivan, trust each other, Vladimir thought, trying to find joy in the midst of his misery. Hu Xiaoheng relied on his accurate memory and sense of direction to quickly return to the place where Gu Nianji was hiding in the birch forest north of the gas station. His eyes had already adapted to the darkness, and he immediately saw Gu Nianji hiding behind two suitcases that were pressed tightly together behind the dark haystack. She was sitting on the ground with her legs bent and her head buried between her knees. She was like a small ostrich, thinking that no one would see her if she buried her head in the sand. Hu Xiaoheng walked over quietly and knelt on one knee in front of her. Gu Nianji was startled to realize that someone had arrived. She looked up abruptly and saw that it was Hu Xiaoheng. Her expression instantly changed from fear to surprise, and she threw herself into his arms without hesitation. Hu Xiaoheng caught her with one hand, held her against his chest, and lowered his head to kiss her. Her lips were cold, but because of the cold, he could feel the existence of her lips. They were soft and fragrant, and he couldn't get enough of them no matter how much he ate them. Men, on the other hand, were usually pumped full of adrenaline after a battle. They were wild and aggressive. At that moment, he was facing the woman he loved the most. Hu Xiaoheng, who had always been calm and composed and had perfect self-control, had a reaction. He wanted nothing more than to take Gu Nianji right there and then. Gu Nianji was completely unaware of it. She hugged Hu Xiaoheng with all her might and kissed him passionately. She couldn't express her nervousness, fear, and worry for the past 10 minutes. She could only pour all her emotions into her kiss. A gust of cold wind blew, and Hu Xiaoheng calmed down from his excitement. He could feel Gu Nianji's unusual passion, and he understood what she was thinking. This girl must be scared out of her wits. Although she knew what Hu Xiaoheng did for a living, this was the first time she directly felt the danger of his daily missions. Every contribution he made was earned with his life on the line. Gu Nianji kissed him fiercely, like a little beast. She bit on his lips to vent. Hu Xiaoheng's movements slowed down. His strong arms held her in his embrace, and the hand that wasn't holding a gun kept caressing her back. He relaxed his lips and let her bite. Occasionally, he stuck out the tip of his tongue to lick her, as if to comfort her, but it ignited an even greater fire. After a while, his large hand moved to the back of her neck and held her head in place. Their lips parted, but they were still so close that they could feel each other's hot breath. Gu Nianji was very unhappy. She still wanted to kiss him, so how could he not give it to her? She made a hoarse murmur in her throat, and tried to break free from Hu Xiaoheng's hand that was clamping the back of her neck. Hu Xiaoheng touched his forehead with hers and chuckled softly. That chuckle was low and magnetic, and it came from his chest. It seemed to have a hook that wanted to hook her heart out. It was too tempting. Not only was it against the rules, but it was also against the law. Gu Nianji looked at Hu Xiaoheng in fascination. The moonlight pierced through the clouds and fog, shining into the birch forest, casting a deep and shallow silver glow. Hu Xiaoheng's body still carried the smell of gunpowder. In the quiet night of the birch forest, it marked his existence. He was brave, fearless, and unstoppable. Gu Nianji's bright black eyes seemed to be filtered by a thin layer of gauze under the moonlight, emitting a soft light. She was like jade, as bright as the moon. You still want it? Hua Xiaoheng approached her lips and gently touched them before separating. Then, he moved up and kissed the tip of her delicate nose, the straight bridge of her nose, and up, stopping for a moment on her forehead. Clear and shallow kisses constantly pecked her face, gliding across her delicate cheeks like a dragonfly skimming the water. They were light and swift. In his arms, she only felt the peace of time. Time flew like an arrow, like a white steed passing through a crack. Gu Nianji closed her eyes. Her excitement subsided under Hua Xiaoheng's gentle kiss. Panting slightly, she held his arm and buried her head in his arms. Hearing his rumbling heartbeat, Gu Nianji curled her lips. It turned out that she wasn't the only one who couldn't control herself. She raised her head and kissed Hua Xiaoheng's beautiful and powerful chin. Spots of green light appeared on his chin. Gu Nianji laughed and stepped back to whisper. Prick. You won't kiss me if you prick me. That won't do. Hua Xiaoheng deliberately used his chin to scratch her tender little face. Hearing her giggle, his entire body relaxed. Gu Nianji was held in his arms and couldn't move. The two of them cuddled for a while before Hua Xiaoheng said, "Let's go find a place to stay." As soon as they got up, they heard a dog barking from the gas station across the street. Hua Xiaoheng's expression changed slightly. He raised an arm towards Gu Nianji to stop her from moving. Gu Nianji immediately looked at Hua Xiaoheng without moving. She had also heard the dog barking. After the incessant gunshots just now, she suddenly heard a dog barking. She didn't feel like there was any life in the world. Instead, she became nervous. Hua Xiaoheng listened attentively. It wasn't an ordinary dog barking, but the sound made by a well-trained police dog. The wind in the birch forest was very loud, and the leaves rustled. The sound coming from outside seemed to be faint. However, it gradually became clear, and then slowly moved away, as if it was heading south. It was also the place where Hua Xiaoheng had just circled around to Vladimir and the middle-aged driver to shoot. Hua Xiaoheng was slightly relieved, but his brows were still tightly furrowed. It turned out that the Russian gangsters still had backup. Could it be that the gunmen they had killed just now were just the first wave? Now they were actually using police dogs and starting to search around the gas station and convenience store. This was the third watch of the day, chapter 1253, Can't Stop. Today was Monday. Dear friends, you forgot to vote for the recommendation form. Good night, dear friends. Chapter 1264. A few burly men wearing bulletproof vests, helmets, and night vision goggles got out of a black truck with a few fierce Dobermans. They formed a group of three, holding a gun in one hand and a dog in the other. They stood back to back and watched their surroundings warily. As long as there was the slightest sign of trouble, they would shoot without hesitation. Compared to the previous gunmen, these people were much more experienced, and their marksmanship was also more accurate. They led the Dobermans around the gas station. They first went to the jeep and sniffed it for a while. After familiarizing themselves with the smell, they let the Dobermans, who were good at tracking, chase after the four people who escaped. Third brother, why didn't you get the things of those two Huaxia people and let the Doberman smell them? One of the gunmen asked in confusion. The other two KGB members aren't our targets. Do you think we don't want to? But we didn't have time. We didn't have time to get the clothes of those two people. Another gunman shrugged. Otherwise, would we have used Group A, B, and C to deal with them? The gunman called third brother was silent for a moment and said, "Actually, this mission is so difficult and rushed that we didn't have time to make sufficient preparations. I don't understand why we should accept this mission. Do you even need to ask? The other party's offer is high enough. This kind of last-minute mission. It's not like we haven't accepted a mission before. Only those who can afford the price can make the elites of our Tomahawk gang work for us. No matter how high it is, it can't be higher than a human life. I don't want to be able to earn it but not have the life to spend it. The gunman muttered, not daring to object openly. In early May, it was still very cold in Siberia late at night. Fortunately, these Dobermans were well trained. They could track the scent of the 4 people in a place like the gas station where the smell was mixed. They circled around the jeep a few times, then ran towards the birch forest north of the gas station. The gunmen's spirits were roused, and they started running after them. Vladimir and the driver, who were hiding behind the convenience store, were a little nervous when they saw this scene. They didn't expect these gang members to be so generous this time. Not only were there drones, but there were also police dogs. There was no need to mention all kinds of gunmen and snipers. Each of their marksmanship was more accurate than the other, and each of them was more ruthless than the other. Are Sirius and the others in the birch forest across the street? The middle-aged driver asked Vladimir uneasily. Vladimir nodded. Yes, Major General Hua has overreached himself, hasn't he? Let him abandon us. He said lazily, but he still crawled out from his hiding place. He found a large rock on the ground and threw it towards the west. The Dobermans who were about to run to the birch forest on the other side immediately heard the sound of the stone. They turned back without hesitation and ran in the direction where the stone landed. Vladimir proudly returned to the place where he and the middle-aged driver were hiding. With a, "Come and praise me" look, he curled the corners of his mouth and said, "Oh, I forgot to take a picture of that stone and send it to my WeChat moments." The driver, he poked his head out for a moment, but it was too dark to see where the dogs and the gunman had gone. But listening to the occasional barking of dogs in the night sky, they seemed to have gone north again. Gu Nianji and the others were hiding in the northern birch forest. The middle-aged driver clenched his fists and suddenly jumped out of his hiding place. He ran for his life towards the east. He was already big, and he deliberately increased his pace as he ran. Every step he took was earth-shattering. The Dobermans sensed such a big commotion again. They turned around together and looked to the east. Then, they suddenly barked and sped up, running east. Their explosive power was so strong that the gunmen were caught off guard. They tripped over them and were dragged to the ground. They quickly let go of the rope. Without the restraints, the Dobermans ran even faster. Vladimir watched in shock as the middle-aged driver ran away and quickly chased after him. "Why are you running? The more you run, the more these dogs will chase after you." Vladimir kicked his legs and ran as fast as a windmill. "That's right. I have to lure these dogs away. Otherwise, they'll find Sirius sooner or later," the middle-aged driver said without looking back. Holy **T. You've really been through life and death with her. How many red packets did she give you to buy your life?" Vladimir was a little jealous of Gu Nianji for a moment. Why didn't he have such a good life? The middle-aged driver pretended to be deaf and dumb. He ran all the way to a tributary of the Volga River and climbed up a tree with a whoosh. His thick body was as agile as King Kong. When the Dobermans caught up to him, he fired a few shots from the tree without hesitation and hit the Doberman's legs. Once the legs of the police dogs that were used to track were broken, they were basically useless. Hearing the gunshots, the gangster gunmen who were chasing the dogs didn't dare to come over. They knew that the mission this time was to be carried out by 2 people from the Huaxia Empire, not the 2 KGB agents from their own country. Although they weren't afraid of the KGB, once this organization retaliated, it would be too terrifying. Therefore, they didn't want to provoke them. The person running in front of them wasn't the 2 Huaxia Empire men. And he was so powerful. He ran faster than the dogs and could even shoot and break the legs of the police dogs. They guessed that he must be one of the two KGB agents. After the gunman communicated with the walkie-talkie, they left behind a few dogs with broken legs and left in a hurry to carry out Plan C. The middle-aged driver squatted in the tree for a while and didn't dare to move. He was worried that those people were hiding in the dark and preparing to snipe him. It wasn't until he looked down and saw his boss's hairy, bearded face under the tree that he beamed and cheered, "Boss. It's great that you're here." It was the first time Vladimir heard his stupid subordinate cheer sincerely. He was delighted, but in the next second, thump. The middle-aged driver jumped down from the tree and smashed into Vladimir. Vladimir's vision went black and he fell backward. He was almost knocked out by the middle-aged driver. She heard the intermittent barking of the dogs at the gas station across the street. One moment it was west, the next moment it was east, and the next moment it was coming towards them from the north. Gu Nianji was a little uneasy. Hua Xiaoheng shushed her and told her to calm down. Gu Nianji nodded and quietly hid behind the haystack in the birch forest without moving. She clung tightly to her and Hua Xiaoheng's two suitcases, as if she was holding on to two life-saving straws. Hua Xiaoheng maintained his vigilant posture and looked around. Finally, he reached out to Gu Nianji. "Follow me up the tree. It should be safer in the tree than on the ground." Gu Nianji looked up at the tall birch trees in the birch forest and suddenly remembered the time she had fled alone in the Alps. She had been so scared by a bear that she had climbed up the tree and stayed at the top of the tree for the whole night. At the same time, she also thought of the little black bear that seemed to have become a spirit. She wondered how it was doing now. Gu Nianji relaxed and held Hua Xiaoheng's hand with a smile. They climbed up the tree with the gun. The view from the tree was wider, so they could prepare for battle in advance. Hua Xiaoheng didn't have binoculars, but the far-infrared night vision scope could be used as a telescope for the time being. In the dark night sky, he could see the Dobermans jumping around the gas station. Several times, they almost crossed the road and ran over to them. However, there was always a sound coming from the convenience store across the street. First, someone threw stones, then someone ran out and ran east. Hua Xiaoheng was slightly stunned when he saw the burly figure in the cross-shaped field of view of the scope. Was that Ivan? That driver? Wasn't he hiding well? Why did he suddenly run? What's wrong? Gu Nianji quickly asked when she saw Hua Xiaoheng's dazed expression. Hua Xiaoheng showed her the scope. Look for yourself. Gu Nianji squinted and looked out through the scope. In the cross-shaped field of view, a running back appeared. It was broad, thick, and as sturdy as a bear. It's the driver. Gu Nianji was shocked and looked up at Hua Xiaoheng. Why is he running? Is he naturally afraid of dogs? Hua Xiaoheng. Even if he's naturally afraid of dogs, the KGB will turn him around. Hua Xiaoheng patted Gu Nianji's head gently. Think again. Gu Nianji rolled her eyes and said tentatively, could it be that he's trying to lure those police dogs away? After saying that, she immediately felt that it was reliable and nodded vigorously. That's right, that's right. I think that's the case. Oh my, the driver is so nice. He helped us out of trouble. We have to give him a red packet immediately. Gu Nianji turned on her phone and found that she could still surf the internet. She immediately opened QQ and pulled Vladimir and the driver into a discussion group. She named it the KGB Trio and sent the driver a designated red packet. Hua Xiaoheng, it seemed that he had really underestimated the friendship built on red packets. They waited in the tree for a while and realized that the gunmen and police dogs were gone forever. However, Hua Xiaoheng didn't dare to be careless. He jumped down from the tree and used the grass on the haystack to hide the two suitcases before climbing up the tree again. Gu Nianji held a pistol and stood guard for him from the tree. When she saw him climb up, she snuggled into his arms with the gun. Hu Xiaoheng put the pistol back into the holster for her and hung it on her arm. He lowered his head and kissed her. I'm sorry to trouble you tonight. I'm afraid we'll have to spend the night in the tree. What's wrong with being with you? Gu Nianji hugged his neck and said with a smile, when I was in the Alps, I was chased up a tree by a bear and stayed in the tree for the whole night. Not only the tree, but also the grass by the river, the cave on the mountain, and where haven't I slept in the wilderness? I was the only one. Gu Nianji's accident in the Alps was the most uncomfortable memory of Hu Xiaoheng's life. He hugged her tightly. It's all in the past. I'll never leave you alone again. This was the first update of the day, chapter 1254, I'll never leave you alone again. The second update was at 1 p.m., and the third update was at 8 p.m. Moi. Chapter 1265. Gu Nianji was originally in a good mood, but after hearing Hu Xiaoheng's words, she was in an even better mood. But as she smiled, her nose suddenly started to sting, and tears welled up in her heart. No, she couldn't cry. She had cried too many times in front of Hu Xiaoheng. She couldn't cry this time. Under the moonlight, she raised her head and smiled. Although she tried her best to hold it in, her nose was slightly moving up and down. Her eyes were gradually turning red, and the corners of her eyes and eyebrows were seeping with rouge. Hu Xiaoheng stared at her and said calmly, Why should I hold it in? In front of me, you can cry and laugh if you want. This sentence was like an order. Gu Nianji's tears flowed down her fair cheeks. Sparkling tears hung on her fair cheeks, brighter than the moonlight. Hu Xiaoheng didn't say anything. He just pressed her head into his arms and enveloped her. His embrace was warm and strong, with an irresistible tenderness. Although they were on a tree and the sky was on the ground, at this moment, he held up the entire sky for her. Gu Nianji felt that she loved him even more than before she went to the Alps. At that time, love was an intuition, a kind of lonely courage to conquer a male god. Now, love had settled in the depths of her heart. Even if she had sailed thousands of times and her heart had gone through thousands of twists and turns, looking back, the only person she wanted to accompany for the rest of her life was him. Leaning in his arms, she couldn't feel the cold Siberian wind at all. Gu Nianji was quiet for a while, and gradually became sleepy. Her head nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Hu Xiaoheng looked at her with interest and lowered his head to kiss her lips. It was warm and a little sweet. Are you going to sleep? Gu Nianji grunted and couldn't even open her eyes. Hu Xiaoheng took off the Burberry wool-lined long coat she was wearing, opened his coat, and wrapped Gu Nianji's entire body in it. Gu Nianji's wool-lined long coat covered the two of them like a blanket. After a long night, the first rays of dawn appeared. Gu Nianji's long eyelashes fluttered as she slowly opened her eyes. Hu Xiaoheng's body was emitting steam. The aura of a mature man was like a mountain that could block the wind, frost, rain, and snow. She looked at herself. She was only wearing a woolen cardigan and thin woolen trousers. However, she was tightly held in Hu Xiaoheng's arms, and the two of them were wrapped in his coat. In addition to the coat, there was also Gu Nianji's wool-lined Burberry military uniform long coat. No wonder it was so warm last night. She almost sweated. Gu Nianji blew gently on Hu Xiaoheng's chin and smiled mischievously. Hu Xiaoheng woke up when Gu Nianji moved. However, he was too lazy to open his eyes and continued to rest. It wasn't until Gu Nianji began to mess around in his arms that he was afraid of making him angry. He closed his eyes and lowered his head. Following her breath, he leaned over and bit her smooth and delicate earlobe. He murmured, "Morning." Gu Nianji, he felt a piercing itch on his ear. She shrunk her neck and said with a smile, "What?" Hungry. Eating my earlobes for breakfast. Can't I? Sure, but you have to ask for its permission. Gu Nianji tilted her head and said with a smile, you can ask my earlobe. If it agrees, I lose. Hu Xiaoheng, he leaned on Gu Nianji's shoulder and took a deep breath. His hot breath made Gu Nianji's entire body tremble. Between the narrow branches, she smiled and dodged. She actually didn't fall from the tree, because her waist was firmly held by Hu Xiaoheng. Hu Xiaoheng felt that he could wrap one hand around her slender waist. It was so slender, yet so flexible. Hu Xiaoheng couldn't help but think of the charm of folding in half. Gu Nianji sensed that something was wrong and didn't dare to move anymore. She obediently snuggled up in his arms and said random things to divert Hu Xiaoheng's attention. Major General Hua, how far are we from Tunguska? Can you find someone to pick us up? Hu Xiaoheng suppressed the wild thoughts in his heart and said calmly, it's not far. If we drive, we'll definitely be there in another 5 to 6 hours. Gu Nianji, we still have to drive for another 5 to 6 hours. You say it's not far. Gu Nianji glared at him and pointed her finger at Hu Xiaoheng's hard chest. Can your concept of time and distance be more civilian? Hu Xiaoheng grabbed her hand. What do you want for breakfast? Gu Nianji, he made it sound like he could eat whatever he wanted. Gu Nianji rolled her eyes. I want to eat century egg and lean meat porridge, soup dumplings, soy milk, fried dough sticks. Hu Xiaoheng looked down at her and put her coat on her. He straightened his clothes and said, don't think about it. We'll talk about it when we get down. Gu Nianji stretched lazily. Then why did you ask? The two of them jumped down from the tree, and Gu Nianji finally saw the birch forest clearly. It was indeed dense enough. Even if it was dawn, the forest would still look like evening. Only the morning light that seeped in through the gaps in the leaves added a touch of light to the dense forest. Will those criminals come again? Gu Nianji dragged the two suitcases and followed behind Hu Xiaoheng. Hu Xiaoheng held a gun in both hands. He held a small rifle in one hand and a long-handled pistol in the other as he led the way. They should come again, Hu Xiaoheng said nonchalantly. As long as these people don't work with the KGB, there's no need to worry. They won't. Gu Nianji shook her head with certainty. Uncle Ivan and Vladimir won't make things difficult for us. Gu Nianji had strengthened her belief when she saw the driver's back through the scope yesterday. Hu Xiaoheng was also inclined to think that Vladimir and the driver weren't the masterminds behind the scenes. They had been caught in the crossfire. But who was the mastermind behind the scenes? It was an important question, because it concerned the extent to which the Russian mafia would go. In essence, there was still a big difference between the Russian mafia and terrorist organizations. People from terrorist organizations were unreasonable. To them, there were only two paths. One was to join them, and the other was to die. But for the vast majority of ordinary people, these two paths were dead ends. The Russian mafia was different. Their goal was very clear, and that was to make money. As long as they didn't interfere with their fortune, they wouldn't do those crazy things. Similarly, as long as they could afford the money, they would be willing to get rid of their boss. So how much money did the mastermind behind the scenes pay to hire the most powerful mafia in Russia to do their dirty work for them? Many candidates instantly appeared in Hu Xiaoheng's mind, but he rejected them one by one. Because these people either didn't have enough money or power. They didn't deserve the capital that the Russian mafia had invested in them. After analyzing for a long time, Hu Xiaoheng really didn't believe that anyone in this world could afford to buy his and Gu Nianji's heads. This was a huge sum of money. The price would be as high as the most secure aircraft carrier manufacturing plant or the new fighter jet research and development center. When they arrived at the edge of the birch forest, Hu Xiaoheng looked at the jeep that was still at the gas station. It was dawn, but the place was still very desolate. Perhaps it was too early, but there wasn't even a single car passing by. Hu Xiaoheng thought for a moment and said, "Why don't we go change the tires of that car?" Gu Nianji stuck her head out to take a look. Just as she was about to agree, she saw the middle-aged driver and Vladimir coming over. She and Hu Xiaoheng quickly stopped and hid behind a huge birch tree. At the gas station, the middle-aged driver opened the trunk and pulled out his toolbox, spare tires, and jack. He placed them on the ground. Vladimir crossed his arms and stood to the side, making sarcastic remarks. "We'll have a car coming soon. What's the use of changing tires? Who knows how many cars they drive? I've been driving this car for several years. Just like my wife, I can't bear to leave it here alone." The middle-aged driver smiled and said to Vladimir, "Call Sirius and ask them to come over." "Why should I call?" Vladimir glared at him, but still took out his phone. However, when he turned on the phone, he quietly opened WeChat and took a look at his WeChat moments. Last night, Gu Nianji had posted a status on her WeChat moments. "Remember here, heart emotion. JPG, Uncle Ivan's deep friendship can only be repaid with a red packet." Then there was a screenshot of the 888 red packet. Vladimir. He quickly opened the button and found that he had been pulled into a discussion group called KGB Trio. The moment he clicked in, he saw the exclusive red packet of 888 yuan. Vladimir instantly felt like he had been dealt a critical blow. This was the second update of the day, Chapter 1255, dealt a critical blow of 10,000 points. It was 8:00 in the evening. Mwah. Chapter 1266. After staring blankly at the discussion group for a while, Vladimir secretly spat and sent a text message to Gu Nianji's phone expressionlessly. Gu Nianji felt her phone vibrate, so she immediately took it out to take a look. "Vladimir, I'm repairing the car. You guys come over." Smile. JPG. His tone was rather cold, and his smile revealed a subtle hint of MMP. Gu Nianji, she showed her phone to Hu Xiaoheng and whispered, "Do you want to go over?" Hu Xiaoheng thought about it. "Let's go." Those gang members still didn't seem to dare to go against the KGB. It should be easier to follow these two. Gu Nianji and Hu Xiaoheng walked out of the birch forest and walked towards the gas station. "Serious? You're fine. That's great." The middle-aged driver squatted on the ground to change the tire. He looked up and saw them walking over and immediately laughed. Vladimir kicked him impatiently and growled, "Change your tire. Are you trying to lure the enemy over again by shouting so loudly?" The middle-aged driver quickly lowered his voice and gave Gu Nianji and Hu Xiaoheng a big smile. He then lowered his head and quickly changed the tire. Gu Nianji walked over gratefully and said, "Uncle Ivan, thank you so much yesterday. Did you see the exclusive red packet I sent you? There's a red packet. And it's exclusive." The middle-aged driver was surprised and delighted. "Wait until I change the tire. We can't stay here for long." Gu Nianji nodded. "Don't worry. Is there anything I can help you with?" She half-squatted beside the middle-aged driver. No need. Changing the tire is a piece of cake." The middle-aged driver turned around and saw that Hu Xiaoheng and Vladimir were standing far away. Their expressions were indifferent, and he didn't know what they were talking about. He lowered his voice and said to Gu Nianji, "Serious, we've already asked for reinforcements from headquarters. Vladimir's team should be here soon." Gu Nianji, Hu Xiaoheng and Vladimir stood side by side and were exchanging information. Hu Xiaoheng said calmly, "Did you find out which gang it is? How can it be so fast?" Vladimir pursed his lips and played with his pistol in his hand. He dragged his voice and said in a bureaucratic tone, "This kind of thing can't be rushed." Hua Xiaoheng glanced at him. "So this is the efficiency of the KGB. It's really better to meet them in person than to hear about them." Vladimir knew that Hua Xiaoheng was deliberately provoking him, so he rolled his eyes. "There's nothing we can do. There are too many people in the bureau, so it's just like that." "Ha!" Hua Xiaoheng chuckled. "Do you really think they wouldn't dare to do anything to you?" "Of course not. Do you have any misunderstandings about us Russian gangs? Is it for charity?" Vladimir turned his head and pointed at the middle-aged driver who was squatting on the ground to change a tire. "He was almost crippled by a few dogs last night." Hua Xiaoheng nodded and said calmly, "We all saw it. Sirius is very grateful to him." Vladimir's heart skipped a beat, and the tip of his ears twitched involuntarily. Could this be the reason why Sirius sent Ivan a red packet? Thinking of this, he felt a little better. At least the two Huaxia people in front of him weren't people who didn't know what was good for them. Not long after, the middle-aged driver changed the tire. They got into the car and set off again. Vladimir wasn't in a good mood, so he didn't say much. He kept playing with his phone in the front seat. The middle-aged driver was in a good mood. After exchanging a few words with Gu Nianji, he started singing loudly. The car was very noisy and lively. Vladimir waited for more than an hour and realized that his team hadn't arrived yet. He sent a message. "Where are you? So slow." The other side quickly replied, "Boss. There's a traffic jam." "Vladimir. There was a traffic jam in such a remote place. Are you F***king kidding me? Where is the traffic jam? Have the black bears and tigers of Siberia all come out?" Vladimir scoffed. "No, boss, there was a car accident. A few big trucks are blocking the middle of the road. The police are dealing with it." Vladimir immediately understood, and his expression was extremely ugly. He dialed the number and said fiercely, "You have to fly over even if you have to. When has the KGB ever been afraid of the police?" After hanging up, Vladimir said expressionlessly, "Someone in the KGB leaked the information. Otherwise, someone would have come by now." The middle-aged driver's singing stopped abruptly. He turned his head to glance at Vladimir and comforted him sympathetically. "Boss, my condolences. This kind of thing is inevitable. Holy sh**t. How could anyone comfort someone like that?" Vladimir glared at him fiercely. "What do you mean by inevitable? My people wouldn't do this. It must be someone else. A KGB operator. A secretary. Or maybe a cleaner. There won't be such a person in my team." Hua Xiaoheng understood Vladimir's current state of mind. They were all friends who had risked their lives to build a relationship. How could he accept a traitor among his own people? But what the middle-aged driver said made sense. Infiltration and reverse infiltration were common in their line of work. Hua Xiaoheng leaned forward and patted Vladimir on the shoulder. He said in Russian, "Don't be anxious. Now, think carefully about which gang has such great power. To use the people in the KGB, they would have to pay a huge price. For the gangs, the spies hidden in the government were their most precious assets. They wouldn't use this line unless they had no choice or if they didn't have great benefits. Once they used it, it meant that this line could no longer be used. Many spies were one-time consumable luxuries." Vladimir came back to his senses and nodded. He picked up his phone and was about to issue an order when he saw that there was a red packet message on his phone. He clicked on it without batting an eyelid and saw that Gu Nianji had also sent him an exclusive red packet. Although it wasn't as much as 888. It instantly soothed Vladimir's indescribable anxiety and uneasiness. This red packet is poisonous. Vladimir cursed in his heart. It was just like Pavlov's dog training principle. If he did well, he would give him a few dog bones. However, he and Ivan had actually fallen for it. It couldn't be any better. Vladimir perked up and dialed his team's number. Where are you? Near the train station. Okay, I'll give you 2 hours. If you don't have 2 hours, you'll be dismissed on the spot. Vladimir gave a firm order. They really didn't take him seriously. He also had an insider. Vladimir also sent a deeply encrypted message to the KGB's mole in the gang. Find out the client who is hunting down the Huaxia Empire's senior officials as soon as possible. This was the 3rd chapter of today, chapter 1256, This red packet is poisonous. This chapter wasn't very long. He was too busy to write more. He would try to make up for the big chapter tomorrow. Good night, my dears. Chapter 1267. Vladimir wasn't entirely sure which gang had done it, but it was definitely related to Russia's largest gang, the Tomahawk Gang. Even if the Tomahawk Gang hadn't done it directly, they would have interfered. The reason was very simple. It was what Hu Xiaoheng had said. Other gangs probably didn't have that much power. Even if they encountered such a big deal by chance, they wouldn't be able to complete this task entirely on their own. They had to find help, and usually, they would find Russia's largest gang, the Tomahawk Gang, to cooperate. The KGB had their own spies in all the major gangs in Russia, but this time, considering that the level involved should be relatively high, Vladimir found a spy who had been lurking in the Tomahawk Gang for many years. After the message was sent, Vladimir looked at his watch again. 15 minutes had passed, and he had given his team a deadline of 2 hours. In less than 2 hours, his team would be completely disbanded. Because this proved that these people were either incompetent, hesitant, or in cahoots with the gangs. No matter which one it was, he wouldn't use these useless people again. Vladimir's team was a temporary team made up of network experts, snipers, observers, explosives, and mechanical experts. There was also a medical staff. It was a configuration that could be used on the battlefield. Mechanical experts were also experts at operating and repairing all kinds of machines, such as cars, airplanes, ships, and even tanks. Once they raced on the road, even the first-rate F1 racers were no match for them. At this moment, the 3 Hummer SUVs in front and behind their team were blocked on the road by 2 overturned 18-wheelers. There were also more than 10 police cars with flashing lights blocking the road. There was also a large crane trying to lift the overturned 18-wheelers up so that it could be driven away. The 3 people driving the KGB's team were all hidden mechanical experts. One of them had even used a fake identity to participate in the European F1 Formula and won the World Championship once. They propped their heads up and leaned against the open window, looking expressionlessly at the 2 roadblocks in front of them. What should we do? The boss has given us a death order to catch up with them within 2 hours. The leader of the operation team, Peter, was a man in his 30s. He was not tall, nor did he look very sturdy. His eyes were always squinting as if he had not woken up yet. However, only his companions knew that the speed at which he drew his gun was shockingly fast. The fastest person to draw a gun on the entire blue planet, from drawing a gun, aiming, to shooting, it only took 0.21 seconds. However, their team leader could do it in 0.18 seconds, which was 0.3 seconds faster than the world record. It had already surpassed the limits of the human body. Of course, even though the KGB had unique skills, they wouldn't make it public. 2 hours shouldn't be a problem. Their deputy leader, Lena, was a woman. She looked to be between 25 and 35 years old. It was hard to tell how old she was. She looked ordinary, with a sallow complexion, high cheekbones, short hair, and a pair of large black-rimmed glasses. His hair and eyes were black, and he looked like a typical yellow Tatar. The young woman who could be the deputy team leader of the KGB's operation team was undoubtedly capable. Vladimir had specially selected her to participate in this operation. Other than her, the other members of the action team were all men. No problem. The road ahead is blocked. We have to take a long detour. Even if we race at the speed of an F1 car, we won't be able to get there in 2 hours. A middle-aged man in his 40s muttered unhappily. He was extremely dissatisfied with Lena, a woman, being the deputy team leader of the operation team, and she was so much younger than him. What do you think? Peter, the team leader, looked at Lena. You've always had more ideas. Lena didn't smile. She pushed her black-rimmed glasses up the bridge of her nose and said seriously, drive straight over. Everyone, she wasn't joking, right? There were 2 overturned 18-wheelers in front of them. However, on second thought, they had the best manipulator. It wasn't inferior to any of the top racers in Europe. And the most important thing about a racer, other than speed, was the ability to control his car. To put it simply, they could also do the moves that stunt drivers could do. The drivers of the 3 cars came to their senses, and their faces revealed excited expressions. Get in the car. Let's give it a try. If it doesn't work, we'll disband on the spot. Most of the people got into the car with laughter, sat in their seats, and fastened their seatbelts. A few people stayed and slowly blended into the crowd. They all knew that this car accident was definitely not a coincidence. Someone was behind it. To play tricks in front of the KGB, it seemed that the person behind the scenes thought that they were great. When had the KGB ever suffered such a loss in their own country? Naturally, they had to return the favor. After everyone got into the car, Lena found the police officers who were on duty with a straight face. She showed them her ID and said expressionlessly, KGB. Do as you see fit. Then, she turned around and got into the car, leaving the police officers behind and looking at each other. Some police officers secretly went to make a phone call, and some police officers shouted at them to not do anything illegal. However, most of the police officers just stood by and watched, pretending not to see the 3 modified Hummers that were already roaring. The team leader, Peter, walked to the front of the crane and climbed up the door like an ape. He raised his gun and chased the crane driver out of the crane, then sat in it himself. While chewing gum, he controlled the huge ring of the crane and smashed it down on one of the overturned 18-wheelers. The ring was originally used to bear weight, and it weighed more than 1,000 pounds. Now that it had smashed into the thin iron sheet of the 18-wheeler, it immediately pressed the carriage into a slope. He smashed it a few more times to reinforce the slope. The people outside the car were dumbfounded. Even the 18-wheeler driver's mouth was wide open. Looking at this comical and frightening scene, no one dared to protest. They were completely stunned by Peter's smashing aura as if nothing had happened. After smashing the overturned 18-wheeler into a slope with the iron lump of the ring, the team leader, Peter, jumped down from the crane and quickly got into his modified car. He ordered, "Let's go." Tut tut tut. A loud rumbling sound rang out. The Hummer at the back suddenly accelerated. Like a gust of wind, it swept past everyone's eyes and rushed up the 18-wheeler slope. Using the inertia of the upward charge to reach its peak, it flew forward for a while before smashing into the ground with a bang. The vehicle was undamaged. It only made a slight jerk before continuing to accelerate. The 2 Hummers behind did the same. They quickly flipped over the 18-wheeler that was blocking the road and quickly rushed out. The person who caused the car accident panicked and quickly sent a message to someone. The target has left. The target has left. Before the message could finish, a few KGB agents had already come up from behind. They covered their mouths with one hand and strangled their necks with the other. They dragged the person who sent the message away from the crowd. Before the police officer who had called to inform them could put down the phone, a smiling KGB agent had already walked over and showed him his ID. "Do you want to leave by yourself, or do you want us to take you away?" The police officer's expression changed. He turned around and was about to run. "You're in such a hurry to leave by yourself." The KGB agent shook his head and took a step forward. He knocked the police officer unconscious and took him away. Vladimir and the other's car had just entered the Central Siberian Highway. The surroundings were even more desolate. There was only a tall birch forest standing tall. Light green leaves covered the branches, and the grass was green as far as the eye could see. There were also large tracts of farms on both sides of the highway, but most of them were abandoned. A few farms were still being farmed. There were faint white clouds floating in the blue sky. The sun rose very high, but it wasn't hot. The temperature was moderate, and the breeze blew in through the hole in the car window. It was very comfortable and pleasant. If it weren't for the fact that she was worried that the other party would continue to pursue her, Gunyanji really felt that this journey could have been longer. She leaned lazily in Hu Xiaoheng's arms. She didn't do anything, didn't think about anything, and her mind was in a state of emptiness. It was as comfortable as when she had gone out to the wilderness with Hu Xiaoheng and the other members of the Special Operations Forces when she was young. Because at that time, to her, it was a spring outing, not a field training, Hu Xiaoheng's attention was highly focused as he observed his surroundings from time to time. The middle-aged driver didn't continue singing. Vladimir seemed to be playing a game. From time to time, he would hit his phone and curse. At that moment, the buzzing sound of propellers came from the sky. Hu Xiaoheng looked up and suddenly saw several small planes circling towards them. "Why is there such a small plane here?" Hu Xiaoheng asked in Russian. Vladimir looked up and said, "It's okay. Those are agricultural planes that spray pesticides. They can't fly high or far." This kind of agricultural plane was called tractor in English. Tractor, which literally translated to air tractor, showed how terrible its performance was. It could only fly at a speed of 150 miles per hour and a maximum of 8,000 feet. Other than spraying pesticides, it really didn't have any other use. There were so many farms on both sides of the road. Although it was already summer in the Huaxia Empire, for the Siberian region, they had just entered spring. It was the season for everything to grow, so it was appropriate to spray pesticides at this time. Hu Xiaoheng took a look. Just to be safe, he turned on the small radar program on his phone. His phone had already activated the emergency device. With the help of the Nanda navigation satellite communication system that covered the entire blue planet, a small radar screen appeared on his phone. From this radar screen, he could see the situation in the air within a 10-mile radius. With one look, it was a little strange. If these planes were just air tractors that randomly sprayed pesticides, then what was the meaning of them flying in an orderly formation in the air? This was the first update of the day. Chapter 1257, I Think I'm Awesome. The second update was at 1 in the afternoon, and the third update was at 8 in the evening. P.S. Thank you to the leader, Sing_Sing, for the 10,000 Chidian coins yesterday. Mwah. Chapter 1268. Hu Xiaoheng looked up at the sky again. He didn't know if it was because he had seen the radar, but Hu Xiaoheng felt that there were more agricultural planes flying over. However, there were only 2 or 3 agricultural planes painted yellow and white flying in the sky as far as he could see. The rumbling of the engines was deafening. Hu Xiaoheng took another look and suddenly realized that the planes detected on the radar were already flying over. Just above their heads, a dozen yellow and white agricultural planes formed a V-shape and swooped down with a roar. Hu Xiaoheng kicked the front seat and growled, "Speed up." The middle-aged driver in front almost reflexively stepped on the accelerator to the end. The KGB's modified jeep made a roar that was no less than the agricultural planes above their heads and immediately sped up on the road. Gu Nianji was swayed so much that she almost fell off. Hu Xiaoheng held her waist and placed the submachine gun on the bullet hole in the window glass. He aimed at the agricultural plane that was swooping down in the sky and fired a burst of bullets. Bang 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 bang. The sudden gunshots rang out in the wilderness, mixed with the roar of the agricultural plane's engine, and the murderous intent was immediately apparent. The agricultural plane that was diving at the front was instantly hit by the engine. With a loud bang, the agricultural plane spun in the air and then crashed into the farmland next to the road. Boom! A burst of black smoke rose, and the plane was instantly surrounded by fire. The pilot didn't even have time to climb out of the plane. When the agricultural plane behind saw this, it immediately fired at the jeep that was speeding on the road. After all, it was a fighter jet modified from an agricultural plane. It was very simple and primitive, and the machine gun it came with wasn't enough firepower. The sturdiness of the KGB's modified jeep was demonstrated at this time. So many bullets hit the roof of the jeep, but they only made a few dents. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. An agricultural plane suddenly flew on the ground and almost brushed past the jeep. The middle-aged driver was shocked and immediately stepped on the accelerator, pushing the jeep's speed to a new level. Gu Nianji, who had never gotten carsick before, felt a little dizzy, but Hu Xiaoheng's posture while holding the gun was so manly and handsome that Gu Nianji couldn't take her eyes off him. She almost clapped and cheered for him. Vladimir, who was in the front row, also realized that these agricultural planes were not ordinary agricultural planes. He was so angry that his nose was crooked. F***ck. It was like a tiger being bullied like a dog when it was in trouble. Do you really think the KGB is just a decoration? Vladimir took out his small pistol and aimed at the agricultural planes in the sky. He aimed at the key parts and shot down 4 or 5 agricultural planes in an instant. Hu Xiaoheng knocked down even more. The fields on both sides of the road were littered with agricultural airplanes. Some immediately burst into flames and exploded, while others only emitted a burst of black smoke, and the pilot was able to climb out of it to save his life. But Vladimir was not to be trifled with. With a cold expression on his face, he used a small pistol to instantly kill the gang pilots who were lucky enough to survive. The remaining agricultural aircraft in the sky were scared out of their wits and hurriedly returned the way they came. Hu Xiaoheng breathed a sigh of relief. He dragged his suitcase over from the trunk of the car, took out a magazine, and reloaded the submachine gun. Gu Nianji touched the shaft of his gun and said enviously, "Major General Hu, your marksmanship is so accurate." Hu Xiaoheng, with such a big target and such a close distance, was she praising him or mocking him? However, seeing how excited Gu Nianji's little face was, he didn't argue with her. He patted her head and reminded her, "Remember to hide later. Don't get hit by stray bullets." "Okay." Gu Nianji nodded vigorously. "Major General Hu, what can I help you with? You'll be doing me a great favor if you protect yourself." Gu Nianji blushed. "I can help too." As if to prove what she said, the agricultural plane flew over again after the rest. This time, there were new agricultural planes, and the equipment was obviously upgraded. The bullets fired from the agricultural plane were getting more and more powerful. Soon, the dent on the roof was like a beehive, and many places were pierced through. Rays of light shone down from the roof, making the interior of the car mottled and beautiful, like an abstract painting by Picasso. Hu Xiaoheng and Vladimir, one on the left and one on the right, dealt with the agricultural planes coming from both sides of the jeep. However, no one cared about the back of the jeep. The agricultural plane seemed to have sensed that there was no one covering the back of the jeep. One of them immediately swooped down and shot at the back of the jeep. At that moment, there were also agricultural planes shooting at them from the left and right of the jeep. Hu Xiaoheng only had time to press Gu Nianji's head down. In a moment of desperation, Gu Nianji took out a small makeup mirror from her small bag and shone it at the agricultural plane that was chasing after the jeep. She kept changing the angle and finally found the right angle. She aimed a strong beam of light at the agricultural plane and shot it. The pilot on the plane was suddenly shaken by a shockingly bright beam of light and instinctively closed his eyes. The plane lost control in that instant and crashed into the jeep in front of it. The middle-aged driver tried his best to grip the steering wheel and stabilize the jeep that kept leaning forward. At the same time, he stepped on the accelerator and accelerated again to avoid losing control after being hit by the plane. Hu Xiaoheng couldn't help but praise, "Your car has been modified well. It has the demeanor of an armored car." There was only one word to describe it: stable. Vladimir rolled his eyes. "You've only noticed now. This car was originally the chassis of an armored car." Gu Nianji. After the agricultural plane behind them lost control and landed, it had already flipped into the field by the side of the road. If another plane wanted to shoot from behind the jeep, Gu Nianji's great mirror spell would come into play. She, Hu Xiaoheng, Vladimir, and the middle-aged driver worked well together. The jeep snaked forward on the road, but there were still many dents left by the agricultural plane. Although no bullets shot in, the ceiling that was like a beehive still made Gu Nianji speechless. She really couldn't stay in a car like this at night. It had already been shot like a sieve. Gu Nianji was really worried that the enemy wouldn't even need to use more bullets. If they drove a few more steps, the car would fall apart on its own. Her thoughts ran wild and she was about to ask the people in the car if the car was sturdy enough when she suddenly smelled a slightly fishy and sweet smell. Her nose immediately itched, as if she had been stimulated, and she began to sneeze one after another. Those who were prone to pollen allergies in spring understood her symptoms the best. "The air has changed. Are there many flowers here?" Gu Nianji asked sullenly. "Achoo!" In the blink of an eye, she had sneezed more than a dozen times. Hu Xiaoheng took out a pack of wet tissues and handed them to Gu Nianji. "Wipe your face." Gu Nianji rubbed her nose and said vaguely, "It's so uncomfortable. Don't you guys smell a fishy and sweet smell?" Hu Xiaoheng's heart skipped a beat. Gu Nianji had never been allergic to pollen, but her current symptoms were obviously stimulated by some kind of smell. What could emit a fishy and sweet smell? However, he didn't smell anything. Vladimir and the middle-aged driver in the front seat didn't smell anything either. Gu Nianji frowned. "You really didn't smell it?" Vladimir was about to mock Gu Nianji for being delicate when the fishy and sweet smell gradually drifted over. His expression suddenly changed. He immediately covered his nose and said angrily, "They're actually using biological weapons." Gu Nianji. Biological weapons. They're using agricultural planes to release biological weapons? Hu Xiaoheng calmly explained, "Vladimir probably means that they're spraying pesticides. Some pesticides were highly toxic to begin with, so they were usually diluted and sprayed. If the pesticides sprayed by planes weren't diluted, even breathing the air would be toxic." This was the second watch of the day, chapter 1258. Do they really think I'm a decoration? It was 8 p.m., the third watch. Mwah. Chapter 1269. As Hu Xiaoheng spoke, he leaned over from behind the seat and took out his suitcase. He took out a box of N95 masks, tore open the packaging, and put it on Gu Nianji. Without another word, Gu Nianji took out another mask and put it on Hu Xiaoheng. She then took out 2 more and handed them to Vladimir and the driver in the front seat. She smiled and said, "This is a special mask from the Huaxia Empire. It's a must-have for murder and robbery." Vladimir, the driver, happily took it and put it on. He even turned around and smiled at Gu Nianji. "Thank you. Why are you carrying masks with you?" Vladimir asked suspiciously. Hu Xiaoheng said calmly, "Sirius is allergic to pollen. This is for her." "Of course not." Gu Nianji thought to herself, when did she become allergic to pollen? However, since Hu Xiaoheng made it sound like it was real, she wouldn't expose him, because she believed that Hu Xiaoheng must have a reason. Gu Nianji sneezed at the right time and said vaguely, "What a coincidence." Foreigners were allergic to pollen, so the 2 KGB officers believed this reason. However, this mask wasn't specially designed to protect against highly toxic pesticides in the air, so it could only withstand it for a while. However, highly toxic pesticides sprayed in the air without dilution could also be toxic if they stuck to the skin. Their jeep was riddled with holes from the farm planes. It was full of holes. Although the holes weren't big and bullets couldn't shoot in, air could still seep in. How despicable. How vicious. Gu Nianji clenched her fists. Is there no way to deal with them? If the other party was only shooting, they could just shoot down the agricultural plane. However, the other party was spraying highly toxic pesticides. If the plane was shot down, this land would definitely be destroyed. "Of course there's a way," Vladimir said fiercely. "Do you really think we don't have a way to deal with such despicable people?" He picked up his phone and sent a message to his team. "The agricultural plane is spraying highly toxic pesticides. Did you bring the RPG-7 rocket launcher?" This was a relatively large weapon. The KGB usually didn't bring heavy firepower weapons on missions. But this time, the situation was special. The leader of the operation team, Peter, who received the message, silently replied, "Yes, we'll be there soon." The 3 of them drove faster and faster, raising their speed to the highest level. They were almost flying on the road. Not long after, they could vaguely see the yellow and white agricultural aircraft in the sky. "RPG-7, get ready." The leader of the operation team, Peter, narrowed his eyes as if he was still asleep and calmly gave the order. The roofs of the 3 modified Hummers suddenly opened, and members of the operation team, who were fully armed, wearing gas masks and bulletproof helmets, and wearing bulletproof vests, carried a batch of Russia's most sophisticated RPG-7 rocket launchers and stood out from the opened sunroof of the car. Fox 1, target, 30 o'clock, vertical altitude 700 feet, straight line distance 1,100 feet, fire. The rocket launcher stood up from the sunroof of the first car and aimed at the lowest agricultural plane in front of them. Their RPG-7 shoulder-mounted rocket launchers could be equipped with a variety of warheads, but against the agricultural aircraft spraying highly toxic pesticides in the sky, they chose a high-explosive incendiary bomb boosted by a small rocket. This kind of incendiary bomb had a rapid firepower and burned well, leaving no pesticide residue to pollute the land. Fox 1, ready, clear, shoot. The person carrying the RPG-7 rocket launcher on the shoulder of the first car was actually Lena, the only woman in their operation team. Although she looked thin, she was really strong. She could even operate this kind of shoulder-mounted rocket launcher. With a loud bang, the pitch-black RPG-7 rocket launcher on her shoulder spewed out a powerful flame. The first stage ammunition tube quickly exploded, and the high-explosive incendiary bomb rushed out of the launch tube like an arrow leaving the bow, heading straight for the target. Immediately after, the second stage solid rocket ignited, and the high-explosive incendiary bomb instantly reached a maximum flying speed of 300 meters per second. This kind of launch method would not produce any recoil at all, nor would it withstand the chamber pressure of conventional artillery that often exploded, so it was very light and thin, and could be carried and operated by a single soldier. However, the gunpowder gas ejected from the tail of the rocket launcher was very dangerous, and the RPG could not be used in a confined space. Therefore, they needed to open the sunroof and stand up from the car to launch. This was also a very dangerous behavior in a ground-to-air battle, because the rocket launcher who stood up like this was equivalent to a moving target. It was quite brave of Lena to be the first to stand up. Her arm was very stable, and the accuracy of the launch was also one of the best. Soon, the first high-explosive incendiary bomb whistled and hit the agricultural plane that was flying the lowest and the furthest in front. There was an earth-shattering boom. The plane was instantly surrounded by a huge fireball. Highly toxic pesticides were flammable and explosive to begin with. Coupled with the power of the high-explosive incendiary bomb, in less than a minute, the plane screamed and fell into a field not far away. The fireball was still burning. This kind of visual impact was too huge. The pilots flying the agricultural planes were all scared out of their wits, and their hands couldn't even hold the joystick in front of them. But if they wanted to return, the KGB operation team that was chasing after them wouldn't let them go. In the 3 modified Hummers that arrived from behind, the rocket launcher was calm. Almost every incendiary bomb hit an agricultural plane that was spraying pesticides. The jeep driven by the middle-aged driver in front also sped up desperately and quickly left the area where the highly toxic pesticides were being sprayed. Gu Nianji turned around and looked at the awe-inspiring rocket launcher in the modified Hummer at the front. She was extremely envious and smiled. "He's so handsome." Hua Xiaoheng, Vladimir's face was proud. "This is my subordinate. Lena is only 29 years old, and she has the rank of major. I promoted her personally. And she's a woman." Gu Nianji was even more surprised. She clapped her hands and said, "Oh my, this young lady is so amazing. I must ask her for an autograph later." The combat effectiveness of the KGB operation team members was not inferior to that of the Russian regular army. And no matter how brave the gang members were, they were no match for the regular army. In front of the KGB operation team with explosive combat effectiveness, they were almost crushed to pieces. None of the more than 20 agricultural planes were spared. They were all shot down by the high-explosive incendiary bombs. There were more than 10 fireballs burning in the field, and the scene was spectacular. Gu Nianji hadn't seen enough. Several people in white protective suits jumped out of the 3 modified Hummers and took fire extinguishers to the field to put out the fire. The highly toxic pesticides had been burned clean, but the fires were not extinguished immediately. If the wind was right, they might cause a forest fire if they continued to burn in the field. Fortunately, the KGB operation team had brought all the necessary equipment. Since they had brought high-explosive incendiary bombs, of course they had to bring matching fire-extinguishing devices. They were responsible for killing, burning, burying, and extinguishing the fire. It was a one-stop after-sales service. Vladimir's jeep stopped not far away, and the smell of highly toxic pesticides was no longer in the air. A gust of wind blew, bringing with it the smell of burning. Gu Nianji jumped out of the car. She was still wearing a mask, but her large, dark eyes seemed to be shining. She watched the people in the Hummer behind her walk towards them step by step. Vladimir stood beside her and said proudly, "Serious, isn't she amazing?" Hua Xiaoheng also got out of the car. With his hands behind his back, he stood calmly beside Gu Nianji. His gaze was deep and distant. His gaze swept past Lena's face and landed on Peter, who was diagonally behind her. Peter still looked like he hadn't woken up yet. He followed Lena to Vladimir, then suddenly raised his right hand and saluted. "Mr. Vladimir, Action Team 1 reporting for duty." It took 1 hour, 58 minutes and 49 seconds. This was the third update of the day, Chapter 1259, The Tiger's Rage. Good night, my dears. Chapter 1270. Vladimir laughed heartily and patted Peter on the shoulder. Good, good, good. As expected of our first operation team. You didn't embarrass me. Moreover, this time, he had helped him gain face in front of Hu Xiaoheng, which was even more significant. Peter still looked sleepy. His eyelids drooped, and he said calmly, "This time, it's all thanks to Major Lena. She reminded us to carry RPG launchers and incendiary bombs, and when we were besieged, she boldly suggested leaping over the 18-wheeler truck." Vladimir was overjoyed when he heard this. He said to Lena in Russian with an extremely pleasant expression, "Major Lena, you've made a great contribution this time. You'll be promoted to Lieutenant Colonel when you get back." "Thank you, Lieutenant General Vladimir," Lena said calmly. She stood at attention and saluted. Her face was expressionless, and she had the demeanor of a general who wasn't happy about material gains or sad about personal losses. Although this woman wasn't good-looking, she really had a good voice. Gu Nianji, who was attracted to sound, couldn't help liking this calm and composed lady even more. Moreover, she looked very similar to the Huaxia Empire people, so her sense of familiarity with her increased exponentially. Gu Nianji didn't understand Russian, but from the way Vladimir and the two KGB members in front of her responded, she knew that they were reporting on their work. They had probably done a good job and had received Vladimir's strong praise. Gu Nianji quietly took a step back and moved to the driver's side. She asked in a low voice, "Uncle Ivan, what are they talking about?" The middle-aged driver also whispered in English. Gu Nianji was elated when she heard this. She couldn't help nodding and saying, "So it's all because of this lady. She's so amazing." It was rare for Gu Nianji to be completely convinced by someone else. Other than Hu Xiaoheng, this was probably the second person she was completely convinced of. As a woman, it wasn't easy to make a name for herself in an organization like the KGB with her own abilities. Gu Nianji excitedly cheered for the lady. Vladimir looked at Hu Xiaoheng proudly. "How is it? Major General Hu, do you still like our people?" Everyone said that the Huaxia Empire's Special Operations Forces was very powerful. In the past few years, their international reputation had risen, and they were almost overshadowed by the old KGB. Although they weren't in a direct competition, everyone in this line of work wanted to be number one. No one was willing to submit to the other, and no one was willing to be number two. But there could only be one first. Hu Xiaoheng smiled and said politely, "Of course, if the famous KGB couldn't even deal with a few gang members, people would laugh their heads off if word got out." Vladimir was happy at first, but the more he thought about it, the more unhappy he became. Was she praising him or insulting him? He didn't even treat his subordinates in such a pleasant manner. He put away his smile and said with a straight face, "All right, get in the car." He then asked, "Has the follow-up work been assigned?" "It's in progress," Peter said cautiously and remained silent in front of Hu Xiaoheng. Lena, on the other hand, had a poker face from beginning to end. The expression on her face seemed to be stuck with 502 glue, and she didn't even need to smile. Vladimir looked at her, then at Gu Nianji, who was whispering to the driver and smiling happily. He turned around and said, "Major Lena, the Huaxia Empire woman over there is called Sirius. She's our distinguished guest. From today onwards you'll be in charge of her security. I want you to stay close to her and ensure her safety." "Yes, Lieutenant General Vladimir." Lena stood at attention again and accepted the mission. She walked to Gu Nianji's side with a wooden face and stood there like a bodyguard. Gu Nianji was so excited that she didn't know where to put her hands when she saw the lady she admired walk to her side. She couldn't help wiping her hands on her clothes before reaching out to Lena. She greeted her warmly in English. "Hello, I'm serious. Nice to meet you. I admire you so much. You looked so cool when you carried the rocket launcher on your shoulder. Can I ask for your autograph?" Lena lowered her eyes as if she thought she was being too noisy, but she didn't say anything. She didn't shake hands with her and only said something in Russian. Gu Nianji looked at the driver next to her for help. What did the lady say? The driver smiled and punched Lena. "Lena, don't you speak English? You have a standard Oxford accent. Our Sirius also has an Oxford accent." Lena glanced at Gu Nianji and replied in English. "I can sign, but you don't have to thank me. I'm a woman, so I'm not handsome." "Thank you." It was indeed a standard Oxford accent, and her words were concise and to the point. Although her attitude was a little cold, it wasn't cold. Instead, there was an inherent calmness and composure. Gu Nianji felt that even if she lived for another 100 years, she wouldn't have such a calm aura. No wonder she had become the backbone of the KGB at the age of 29. The only person who was more impressive than her was Major General Hua, right? Gu Nianji felt even more proud of Hua Xiaoheng. She smiled and said, "Miss Lena speaks really good English. I'll go find my Polaroid later. Let's take a photo, and then you can sign the back of the photo for me, okay?" The driver asked curiously, "You still use Polaroid now? What's wrong? Can't I?" Gu Nianji picked up her phone. "Phones also have their shortcomings, so I need Polaroid to make up for them." In fact, Polaroid was something that Hua Xiaoheng had brought along, so it definitely wasn't used to print disposable photos. However, it also had this function, so Gu Nianji borrowed it. The driver watched as Gu Nianji went to the car to take out the Polaroid. He quickly stood over and took the initiative to say, "Serious, take a photo for me. I'll sign it for you." He even made a gesture of writing with his hand. Gu Nianji had taken a few photos with the driver and Vladimir in Red Square, but those photos were all on her phone and couldn't be printed out for the time being. Seeing that the driver had taken the initiative to ask, she quickly nodded with a smile. "I couldn't ask for more, Uncle Ivan. Come, let's take a photo together." She stuffed the Polaroid into Hua Xiaoheng's arms. "Major General Hua, take a few photos for us." Hua Xiaoheng quietly picked up the Polaroid and aimed it at Gu Nianji and the driver. With a click, he took a picture of the two of them smiling. Gu Nianji had a small face, fair skin, long eyebrows, big eyes, a straight nose, and naturally defined lips. It was as if they had been painted, and they were especially photogenic. The driver stood next to her, holding up a V sign and smiling charmingly. Then Gu Nianji walked to Lena's side and looked at her enviously. She was almost 1.75 meters tall, 5 centimeters taller than herself. "Miss Lena, shall we take a photo together?" Gu Nianji asked enthusiastically. Lena nodded. "Just call me Lena." Hearing the words Miss Lena gave her goosebumps. Gu Nianji nodded embarrassedly. "Okay, Lena." She carefully stood beside Lena and secretly made a V sign. She smiled with satisfaction and pride. Hua Xiaoheng also took a few photos of her and Lena and quickly printed them out with the Polaroid. Gu Nianji picked the best photo of her and Lena and signed it with both hands. She smiled almost obsequiously. "Lena, I have a pen here." Lena looked at the photo carefully for a while. This little girl was really too beautiful. Just looking at the photo made people breathless. She looked even better in person than in the photo. "You're so beautiful," Lena said in a flat voice. There was no exaggeration in her tone, but her praise was very sincere. It was obvious that she was sincere and not just being polite. Gu Nianji blushed from the compliment and murmured a few times. She watched Lena sign each stroke before putting the photo into her little bag as if it was a treasure. The driver had been waiting for a long time. When he saw Lena sign, he quickly reached out and said, "It's my turn." Gu Nianji smiled and handed the pen to the driver. When the driver signed, his eyebrows flew up and down, and he looked especially proud. After signing, Gu Nianji put the driver's signed photo into her small bag and waved her hand. "Everyone, get in the car." Hu Xiaoheng, Vladimir's face was drawn to a long line. He called out to Lena, "You sit with Sirius." Lena had wanted to go back to her Hummer to modify. However, Vladimir had asked her to follow this little girl from Huaxia, so she obeyed his orders. This time, there were 5 people in their jeep. The driver and Vladimir were still sitting in the front row. Gu Nianji, Hu Xiaoheng, and Lena sat in the back row. In order to show their closeness, Gu Nianji sat in the middle and leaned against Lena. She kept looking at her and asking questions, especially about her use of the shoulder-mounted rocket launcher. She asked all kinds of questions, big and small. She was practically rubbing her hands together and couldn't wait to go and have one herself. Vladimir said with a sullen expression, "Sirius, have you never played with an RPG rocket launcher with Major General Hua?" F***CK. What did he mean by RPG rocket launcher? Wasn't that a toy? Gu Nianji rolled her eyes 180 times in her heart. It was only in order to maintain her image in front of the girl she admired, that she didn't show it. "Vladimir, you seem to have a misunderstanding about our country." Gu Nianji smiled and corrected his misconception. "I'm not a soldier, so why would I touch a rocket launcher?" Even if he was a soldier, there were still different branches of the military, okay? "Really? You're not a soldier?" Lena suddenly asked. Hu Xiaoheng glanced at her, then looked away as if nothing had happened. He said to Gu Nianji, "Are you hungry? There's cake in the suitcase." Gu Nianji wanted to say, "I'm not hungry," but in fact, she hadn't eaten anything since yesterday evening until almost noon today. Gu Nianji rubbed her stomach and nodded resignedly. "I'm hungry, I want to eat." Hu Xiaoheng dragged out the suitcase and took out the cake from the small food box. Gu Nianji was about to eat it when she remembered that she couldn't eat it alone. She quickly used the small knife in the food box to cut the cake into 5 small pieces and wrap them in a napkin. She gave 1 piece to the driver and Vladimir in front of her, and 1 piece to Lena. Lena glanced at Gu Nianji and shook her head. "I don't like sweets." Gu Nianji raised an eyebrow. "Okay, then I won't stand on ceremony." Hu Xiaoheng didn't like sweets either. However, Gu Nianji still asked him out of courtesy, "Major General Hua, do you want some?" She asked as she stuffed the small cake into her mouth. Soon, 2 of the 3 small pieces of cake in her hand had entered her stomach. There was only 1 piece left. Hu Xiaoheng suddenly said, "Yes." Then he leaned over and ate the small cake in Gu Nianji's hand in 1 bite. He bit deeply, and the tip of his tongue brushed past Gu Nianji's finger. It was numb. Gu Nianji's face flushed red. She quickly pulled her finger out of Hu Xiaoheng's mouth and wiped it on the napkin, thinking that she hadn't left a trace. In fact, the other 3 people in the jeep had seen it. Even when everyone was hungry, they still didn't forget to show off their affection. "Major General Hua, that's really enough." This was the first update of the day, Chapter 1260, Major General Hua, that's really enough. The second update was around 1 in the afternoon, and the third update was around 8 in the evening. P.S. I'm sorry, everyone. The update time is getting later and later. After my promotion, I'm familiarizing myself with my new job responsibilities. I've been crazy busy recently. When I get familiar with it, I won't be so busy anymore. The author's words include a small theater as compensation for everyone waiting for the update. Mwah. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.